All right, y'all. Shalom. We back. All right. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Yeah, buddy. Oh, shit. Nah, it's still there. Cool. All right. I like to say, call halal Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. My name is Haya El. And I'm back on the San Antonio Riverwalk with yet another lesson. How y'all doing today? Got time for the Bible?
Oh, we got pee.
Got to pee? You think Christ's going to say the same thing when he come back?
Maybe.
You going to say you got to pee and you going to burn up?
Oh,
No?
no.
See, y'all don't understand. America about to be thrown down with great violence, and everybody got an excuse. If you Black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, just know I'm out here for you. You God's chosen, the Israelites, right? And just like you turned your back on the prophets of old, you turn your back on them now. So ain't no damn change, right? Matter of fact, before we even get started, we're gonna bring out a scripture that I have come to bring out more and more repetitiously as of late. Elder, you got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Do you believe in the Bible, Elder? All right. What tribe you come from in the Bible? Don't know, don't care, right? See, again, our elders, these are the ones who tell us that they believe in God. They the same ones who be faking like they speaking in tongues at the church. They be the same ones. But when you ask them if they got time to hear about the Bible, they don't got no time, right? Actually, you know what? There's a scripture that I want to get before I get this one here, right? Making sure my little be good implements are in the right place, right? Because I know until there's more people, people are more prone to act up, right? So I come out here prepared, but we're going to get Jeremiah 44, but we're going to get something else before we get there, right? Right? Because a sinful man finds an excuse. See, and it's a shame, man. You know, I was thinking about this as I was heading to camp. You know, you got a lot going on where people are making excuses, right? To not keep the laws of God. They're making excuses to do what they want to do. And these are the very last days, right? But this is Sirach, chapter 32 and verse 17. A sinful man will not be reproved, but findeth an excuse according to his will. So how often have our elders been walking around the city and a man half their age asks for a moment of their time only to speak about the Bible? Now, these are the so-called pillars in our community who say they're Bible thumpers. They're Bible believers, right? And as far as they know, law keepers, because they think there's only 10 commandments, right? But every single time we ask our elders if they have time, probably 9 times out of 10, they don't have time at all. They make up an excuse. And that 1 out of 10 times, the elder will give you a couple of minutes, but then he's got to skedaddle after a few, right? See, that's why Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, in these last days, you're going to come to know. If you're not keeping God's commandments, you're going to suffer at the hands of your enemies and at the hands of the elements. You're going to die out here, right? But a sinful man will not be reproved, but findeth an excuse according to his will, right? And this is something that we keep trying to tell Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, the people on this sign here, right? The people who Christ came for. We're trying to tell them that now is the time to correct your ways. Now is the time to keep the laws of God. Not later, because there won't be a later. Right? This is Jeremiah, chapter 44 and verse 1. Actually, starting at 2. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, ye have seen all the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem and upon all the cities of Judah. And behold, this day They are a desolation, and no man dwelleth therein. See, our elders, they grew up in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. They grew up when we had some semblance of a community, right? And despite seeing the transition of having families, communities, and having a transition to having broken homes, broken communities, brother-on-brother violence, sister-on-sister violence, abortion at an all-time high, despite seeing that transition and knowing that the Most High God is behind it all, they still insist on doing what they want to do. See, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you about to get a hard lesson, right? You about to get a reminder of who runs shit around here, and that's the Most High God. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes? Now say it, brother. See, again, I have to keep saying it, man. Our people don't know what times they living in. But this is verse 3. Because their wickedness which they have committed to provoke me to anger, in that they went to burn incense and to serve other gods, whom they knew not, neither they, you, nor your fathers. Now, see, some people might read that and say, well, I believe in Jesus Christ. Not understanding that Jesus Christ is yet another idol. See, our people don't realize that Jesus Christ is not his real name. His real name is Yahweh Shai. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? All right. Thou sayest. Thou sayest, man. Verse 4. Howbeit, I sent unto you all my servants the prophets, rising early and sending them, saying, oh, do not this abominable thing that I hate. So the Most High God has been sending his prophets to these streets, trying to bid his people to repentance. His people being the Israelites, right? Because see, the Most High God ain't dealing with nobody else. So he's sending his messengers with wisdom in their mouth to give it unto his children, to tell them to repent. And see, one of the things our people don't quite understand is the Most High God hasn't been so forthcoming and giving to other nations. The only other time the Most High God ever sent a prophet to another nation, it was to warn them of their destruction. Salakia, I'll say that 2 times the Most High God sent prophets unto other nations. Because he sent Jonah to Nineveh, and he sent Obadiah to the nation of Edom. Both times prophesying of their respective destructions. Nineveh repented for a short span, but then they went back to oppressing God's people. So they had to be destroyed. In the nation of Edom, they never repented. So they're going to be destroyed with a complete destruction. But see, the Most High God is not so giving and forthcoming to these other nations, because he's only dealing with his people. But see, he sent us out here to warn our people and to bid them to repentance. And more times than not, our people cannot be bothered to spare a couple of minutes for the Most High God. Right? We're going to go to Jeremiah 10, or I'm sorry, Judges 10. Right? Because see, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't quite understand. In the day of their calamity, they're going to cry out to God, and there's going to be no God coming to save them. This is Judges, chapter 10 and verse 13. Yet ye have forsaken me, and served other gods. Wherefore I will deliver you no more. So the Most High God, Yahweh, was saying it plainly. Because we insist on serving other gods, he's made up in his mind that he's not going to deliver us while we are in such a rebellious state. Right? Verse 14. Go and cry unto the gods which ye have chosen. Let them deliver you in the time of your tribulation. So God is saying, hey, look, man, since you love these other gods and these idols so much, when life gets hard, when these heathens start to put their foot in your ass, turn to your idol. See, and again, many of our people, they believe that they're worshiping the Most High God and his son, Jesus Christ. Not understanding that they are worshiping the idols of their enemies. Because see, Jesus Christ, this devil right here, right? Good old Cesare Borgia, or Borgia, right? The son of Alexander, the 6th Pope of Rome, right? And every pope gets a new name, so we need to give his birth name as well, Rodrigo Borgia, right? the leader of the Borgia crime syndicate, right? His son died prematurely, so Rodrigo Borgia had him be a painting for Leonardo da Vinci, and that's where he started to be portrayed as so-called Jesus Christ. See, most of our people don't even understand that they're worshiping a false idol. But I'm going to get some scriptures on this, because again, it's very important that our people understand what they worship. And as a matter of fact, before I get this, because I'm holding these precepts, hold up, let me grab the phone. Right? Because salvation is of the Jews, as it says in the book of John. Right? See, because these other nations, they don't even know what they're worshiping. See, that's why it's very imperative that our people come to their senses and realize who they are. Because they're believing in the same God that their heathen oppressors believe in. And as a result, they believe that Jesus Christ came for everybody. But if you actually read the words of Christ, he states directly that he did. This is John 4:22, the words of the man known as Jesus Christ. Ye worship ye know not what. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. So these are the words of Yahushua, the man that the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. And he said that, and he was saying this to the Sadducees and the Pharisees, right? Because he only spoke to the Jews, as it says in John 18, right? But he said to them, ye know not what you worship. You don't know what you're worshiping. Because if you were familiar with the prophecies, if you were familiar with the scriptures, and you were of a righteous mindset, you would know that Yahushua, he was saying at that time that he was the Messiah and that he came to do his Father's work. And they would also have known that salvation was of the Jews. Because see, at that time, our people were alienating other Israelites from the commonwealth of Israel simply because they were scattered to different lands. Right? But let's get this in Deuteronomy, because we need to prove, right, that our people are worshiping idols. Right? This is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth, even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. So it was prophesied that if we didn't keep God's laws, that we would be under curses. One of the curses that we are currently under is that we are worshiping gods that our fathers knew not. Gods of wood, which would be the cross, and gods of stone, that would be the Kaaba stone. So you're talking about Christianity, and you're talking about Islam. See, all of these different things are certainly in the Bible. But more times than not, our people can't be bothered to learn about these things. And they can't set aside the time to be taught about these things. Right? So we see in Deuteronomy 28 and 64 that the real Israelites would worship gods that their forefathers never knew. And those idols would correlate to wood and stone. The idol made of wood that is prevalent the world over is the cross. And the idol of stone is the Kaaba stone, as I stated before. Right? But let's see in the Bible more about so-called Jesus Christ. Right? Not Yahushua, but Jesus Christ. Because he is foretold of in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12. Actually, I believe it's chapter 14. It's a lot. Right? And then chapter 15 mentions them as well. Right? And just to make it known that part of the visitation of Yahushua is going to be upon the heathen to deliver recompense unto them for spreading all these idols and these lies throughout the world. See, everybody has to get their judgment and their just due. Not just the Israelites. not just the righteous of the Israelites, nor just the wicked, but all men that dwell upon the earth are going to receive their just judgment. This is wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 11. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation, because in the creature of God they are become an abomination, and stumbling blocks to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise. So these heathen have created these idols, which have become snares unto the unwise. Right? And the unwise of our people are the same ones who call themselves believing in God, but do no homework to substantiate their beliefs. Verse 12, for the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication, and the invention of them, the corruption of life. And that's why we are in such a corrupted state today, because of all these idols, right? Because see, our people believe in many-fold idols, right? How y'all doing today? Y'all believe in the Bible? Do you see yourself on this sign, sir? Just really quickly, are you Mexican?
Yeah.
Did you know you in the Bible, you from the tribe of Issachar? Issachar means he who is hired. Who are the hardest working people on the planet? Mexican men and women. See, our people don't have time for the Bible, man. But see, the Most High God, he about to shut all this enterprise here in America down. See, and every Israelite does the same tried and true dance when hardship finds them. All of a sudden, God, where are you? God, how come you don't have time to come deliver me? See, our people do the same tired-ass song and dance. See, that's why the Most High God has sent forth his prophets, because he's trying to let his people know, like, look, man, we're coming into the days where you don't have an opportunity to repent. Your time to repent is right now. How y'all doing today? Got time for the Bible? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, do you have time? That's a shame. Like I was saying, right? Everybody does the same tried and true dance. When they get in trouble, all of a sudden, God, where you at? God, how come you can't come save me? But what if I told you God only loves one group of people? When you want to know who those people are? But see, instead of expressing interest in the Bible, the very same thing our people say they believe in, they'd rather pretend like they're interested in looking at water that looks like toilet water. See, and I'm standing in a nice shaded area, so it's nice and cool right here as well. See, it's fortuitous to stand in this little area and get the word. But see, our people will not be reproved. Instead, they will find an excuse. And see, if that woman in the back is an Israelite, she's falling behind an Edomite. See, and that it doesn't surprise me that our people would skimp on hearing the word of God so they could walk about with a white snuggle bunny. It doesn't surprise me at all. Because that is the same thing our people have been doing since antiquity. We have been choosing the heathen and their ways and their idols over our God. Right? And y'all, it's like 100 degrees out here, man. Again, that's why you have every excuse to stop in this little area right here. But see, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man, they're going to have to be reminded the hard way. They're going to have to be reminded with judgment. And that judgment's coming real soon. Right? But, going back to Wisdom of Solomon. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 14. Or verse 13. For neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever. Now, this is talking about the corrupt idols that these heathen have created. And it's saying that these idols didn't exist from the beginning. See, that's to further substantiate that these idols are works of men's hands. See, and that's why it's such a shame when our people, they proclaim to know God. They profess to know him, but in their actions, they deny him. See, they don't understand that in the day of judgment, that's going to be required of them. How you doing, King? Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? All right, man, I'll be here if y'all come back through, all right? Yep. Brother, you got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
No, man, sorry.
Okay, okay. Well, do you know if you're in the Bible or not?
Probably not.
Are you Mexican? What are you? I'm sorry? Puerto Rican, you are in the Bible. From the tribe of Ephraim. What does Boricua mean? That's a Hebrew term, it means warrior. Now see, this brother just heard he's in the Bible. But notice, he don't even slow up his stride. You know why? Because the Bible's not important to our people. God is never important to our people until you need God to do you a favor. Then all of a sudden, God, where you at? God, come help me. God, come save me.
Right.
See, our people don't realize, man, the time of you saying that you ain't got time for God, man, them times about to come to an end. See, and it ain't just the young people. Our elders do the same damn thing. Where else do you think they learned it from? They ain't just learning from nowhere. They got that from their parents and their parents' parents, who've been turning their back on God as far as they can remember. But again, it's the same in my family. I watched all my relatives start crying out to God when Big Mama was in the hospital, when Big Daddy was in the nursing home and his health didn't look too good. I saw all my relatives going, hey, God, can you do us a solid and make Big Mama better? That colon cancer that she has from a lifetime of eating pork, smoking Newports, and doing everything she ain't supposed to do, can you please turn that around and send Big Mama back on home so she could cook us another Thanksgiving ham?
Hell no.
So we could worship some more idols while Big Mama cook us a nice big dinner? See, our people don't realize, man, the Most High God kill us for that. But we gonna keep on in Wisdom of Solomon. Because it's a shame. Our people could have stayed and got laced up with the information that shows them that white Jesus ain't real. See, and a lot of times our people will say, well, nobody taught me these things. But when's the last time they stood their ass in the presence of a teacher to learn of those things? And the answer is, most of them never have. And the unfortunate reality is, most of them never will. They'll always have an excuse. But this is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 14. For by the vainglory of men they entered into the world, and therefore shall they come shortly to an end. See, this is talking about, again, the idols created of men. And because they are of a recent development, crafted by men's hands, they shall go into destruction just as quickly as they entered into the world. They're going to be destroyed. Because in the kingdom of Yahushua, ain't going to be no rival gods. Ain't going to be no idols for people to worship. See, this world is going to be cleansed. And at that time, you ain't going to have to worry about anybody having any sort of idol for anybody to worship. Right? We got a brother and sister coming up. We're going to see if they got time. Hopefully they do. But our people have a way of finding excuses, right? How y'all doing today?
How are you?
Doing great. Y'all got time for the Bible? A couple minutes?
I'm on our way somewhere. Thank you, though.
Do you believe in the Bible, brother?
I do.
What tribe you come from, elder? It matters, elder. Because what gate in the kingdom of heaven you going to get through them 12 gates? See, and I got a visual aid. They ain't even got to stop for long. See, again, when you cry out to God and God don't do nothing for you, just know you turning your shoulder from God is the reason why that happens.
Come on.
As a matter of fact, while we got another batch of hard-headed Israelites, we're going to go to Proverbs 1. Right? Because, see, Jake think that God is like an ATM. You know what? We're going to read this. I think this is better. This is Proverbs, chapter 8 and verse 36. But he that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul. All they that hate me love death. And that's what blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans love the most, dying. Our people love dying. And the white man is more than willing to kill you. Why you think God sent him over here? See, when we're trying to tell our people how to turn back to their God, they're not interested. But the moment a heathen comes with a sword of war to get up in their ass, all of a sudden, God, where are you? God, how could you let them do this to us? What loving God would allow his people to get slaughtered like this? Not understanding God sent you prophets. He sent you reminders.
Right.
He sent you lesser scourges, and none of them did anything. So guess what he had to send after that? He had to send the worst of the heathen. See, that's why if you read Ezekiel 7 and 24, it lets you know the worst of the heathen are who are occupying Jerusalem right now.
That's right.
See, we done got so bad as a people, the Most High God said, I can't even let you niggas stay in your room. Can you imagine being such a wicked son that your dad have to have you live on the front porch? He don't even let you stay in your room, the room that he allocated just for you. And to add insult to injury, not only does he kick your ass on the front porch, but then he gets your most hated enemy from down the street. And he sets him up in your room real nice. See, our people don't realize that has happened to us. But see, Jake has become likened unto a wild ass, adjusted to the wilderness. We're used to suffering here in Babylon. We're used to dying here in Babylon. And dare I say, we love it and we enjoy it. We love to have it so. Right? But going back to Wisdom of Solomon, right? This is Wisdom of Solomon, 14 and 15.
Bring it out.
For a father afflicted with untimely mourning, when he hath made an image of his child soon taken away, now honored him as a god, which was then a dead man, and delivered to those that were under him ceremonies and sacrifices. Now, that person who constructed the imagery of this man, as I stated earlier, but I'll state it again. This is Cesare Borgia, as my brother Andre knows. This is the son of Alexander, the 6th Pope of Rome, otherwise known as Rodrigo Borgia, or Borgia, however the fuck you say it, right? But not only is he the so-called father of the white image of Christ, right? But he was also the head of the Borgia crime syndicate. And Cesare Borgia was a pedophile, a murderer, and he slept with his own sister. And he was a murderer by way of killing his own brother. So you've got an incestuous relationship with his sister, and you've got, what do they call it? Fratricide when you kill your brother? It's called fratricide, right? So you've got the mascot of the white man parading around as Yahweh Shai HaMashiach, when he is no such thing. See, and that's why this image is very applicable. The horns and the 666, and of course the barcode representing the mark of the beast. This is a very applicable image to what is being described here in Wisdom of Solomon 14. See, again, that's why it's very important that our people set aside the time to come to understand what they believe. Because those who believe according to the scriptures will worship the Messiah in spirit and in truth. Damn, I'm looking for my phone, right? See, and again, it's a shame because we keep seeing our elders and they keep turning away, right? But one thing I told my wife recently, I was like, look, with the time growing so short, I expect there to be more people who turn away from this truth than come into it. I expect that. Because a lot of these people have been chosen as vessels for destruction. And we're not the first camp that they walk by, not by a long shot. If you're walking through any city here in America, you're walking by a camp. Whether it's ISUPK, IUIC, GMS, Sakari, House of Bread, Sons of Zion, Sons of Thunder, we're everywhere.
That's right.
So with us being so prolific, I know when people say no thank you, that's not coming from a position of abject ignorance. A lot of times it's coming from the position of having knowledge of what we do and what we're about and deciding not to engage anyway. Right? But let me get this precept real quick. Because many of our people say they worship the Messiah. They say they're sons and daughters of the Most High. Right? Not understanding that if you are a worshiper of the Most High God, you will worship him in spirit and in truth. Right? Come on, phone. It's not true. Right? This is John 4 and 23.
Bring it out.
But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. For that God seeketh such to worship him. Now, I'm going to take a break. You see that bird right there? You see how close he is? Come see. He hopped right there, and now he's hopping on the side. You see how loud I am, and even the animals are at peace with us. See, that's why I try to say to our people, it's not about how you bring the message out. It's, did you in fact get the message? And more times than not, our people don't get the message because they're hung up on everything that don't matter. but even the creatures of nature, God's creation, understands what this message means and who it's directed to. Because I never have seen in my entire life a cracker devil breathing out a broken version of his interpretation of the Bible and all of nature being at peace with him. The pigeons wanting to flock around. For those of y'all who don't know, pigeons are God's favorite bird, the dove. Pigeon is a French way of saying dove, right? I haven't seen the sparrows and the small birds coming about, dwelling in safety with God's prophets. But I have seen it with the camps, right? I've seen videos of brothers recording chariots, watching them bring out the work. I've seen these things. But see, to our people who close their eyes to all these things, they're blinded, and they're going to fall into the ditch, and that ditch is going to be their destruction, right? But we see here in verse 23 that the Most High God is seeking those who worship him in spirit and in truth. True worshipers of the Lord, right? Verse 24, for God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. And to worship the Most High God in spirit and in truth means to worship him according to the laws of the Bible. To worship him according to how he demanded that we worship him. Because the Most High God told us what he wanted and what he expects of us. And many of our people believe that you can come as you are, not understanding that the white man told you could do that. See, and our people don't even understand where he gets that doctrine from. See, that's the first tenet of Satanism. Do as thou wilt. See, if you come as you are and aren't expected to change, that's the same message. Do as you want to do. Do as thou wilt. And God just has to accept the difference. When God demands everything of us, right? And we gonna get that. I'm gonna prove that. Because that's in Deuteronomy 6 from the top, right? The Most High God has told us exactly what he expects of us. Nay, what he demands, right? Because the Most High God is not expecting or asking anybody. He demands.
That's right.
And what he demands, he will get in return. And to those who refuse, you will be destroyed. As I read in Proverbs 8 earlier, right? See, and I would assume with all these fat folks walking around in this 100-degree heat, you get a little shade right here, you'd stop. You know what I'm saying? But Jake's so damn determined to be hard-headed, Jake get a burst of new wind. He's like, shit, I can go for another 2 miles. If it mean not hearing that book you got in your hand, if it mean me not, dropping pork, dropping cigarettes, and continuing to fornicate with my sisters, hey man, I'll do whatever I got to do to get away from that Bible. Not understanding you doing that to your own destruction, right? But this is what God expects of his children, right? This is Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4.
Bring it up.
Now these are the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it, that thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. So the Most High God commanded that blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians keep his laws. He commanded his children, the Israelites, to keep the commandments in perpetuity. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey. Now, that land is the land of Israel. And we know damn well we didn't do what God wanted us to do, because he kicked our asses out the land, and he put the worst examples of humanity in that land today. And they've been dwelling in that land as of 1948. And war has beset them on all sides since 1948 because they don't belong in that land. Sister, you got time for the Bible today? It's a nice little rest area. You don't want to see if you're on this sign. Did you know this is the sign of the people in the Bible? Who's an Israelite or not? You ain't even got to talk to me. Just look at the sign. You on the sign, sister? Are you Mexican? You on this sign? You from the tribe of Issachar?
That's right.
Again, it's the same two-step, but I guarantee if you get jammed up and can't pay your rent, who you gonna call on? You gonna call on God. God, how come I can't pay my rent? Please save me. God gonna be laughing when your ass sitting on the curb hugging your damn pillow with an empty mattress and no sheets. See, our people don't get it, man. They ain't even gotta talk to me no more. I got visual aids. If you don't like me, that's fine. I'll shut up. You can just look at the chart. You can get these scriptures off of this down here. Revelations 1 and 13. Daniel, 10 and 5. Jeremiah 14:2. And Isaiah 29 and 22. That's enough for you to get started. You don't need me no more. But see, the reality is, it don't matter who the prophet is. Our people ain't trying to hear it. See, in the same way our people stop their ears up at the words of God, it's the same way the white man stop his ears up when you got a knee on your neck and you crying out for your mama. See, our people don't even realize the Most High God sent him here. See, most of our people aren't even familiar with how the white man went from rags to riches, stepping on the bones and bodies and blood of our people. Most of our people aren't even aware of how that shit happened. But see, they're going to become familiar because we about to go through another purge, Jacob's trouble. See, me and my wife were talking this morning about, you know how like in Revelations 11 where it says the second woe, or what is it, the second woe was past, and behold the third woe cometh quickly. I was thinking in my head, granted we know that to be World War I, World War II, right? But I was thinking in my head like, damn, Europe used to be largely our people, all the way through to Russia. I'm talking about all the way up to the Caucasus Mountains. It was Jake rule, right? When you read the letter that Benjamin Franklin wrote, talking about the peopling of different nations like America and Europe, he said that Britain, France, Spain, all those areas were chiefly tawny or brown. So what you see is a culling and a reduction of our people. I would call that a destruction and a woe, wouldn't you? And 70 AD was a woe in and of itself, when our people were not only destroyed, but scattered into the northern and western portions of Africa and into lesser areas all around Israel. We went into Asia, and I'm talking about near Asia and East Asia, whether it be Iraq, India, or you could call it Persia, whatever, Japan. We went to the islands like Indonesia, the Philippines. We've been scattered to China. All those different areas, we've been scattered. But we've been killed in high numbers and forced to assimilate, right? So those are major woes in and of themselves. It's a manifold prophecy that our people are being destroyed. And our people still don't understand that destruction is going to take place one more time. And if you want to be preserved, you best be found keeping these laws. Right? But we see here in Deuteronomy 6, in Deuteronomy 6 that the Most High God gave us laws to teach unto our sons and our sons' sons and our sons' sons' sons in perpetuity, right? And that we are to keep these laws so that it may be well with us. That when we are in our land, we can stay in our land and not be kicked out, right? But this is Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. So we're supposed to be loving the Most High God with all of our mind, with all of our heart, which is your mind, and with all your soul, and with all your might. Your soul can also be construed as your mind as well, right? But your soul corresponds to the mind that you don't have access to. That's the spirit. Right? That's the level of your soul that the Most High God deals with on an intimate level. For instance, every time you go to sleep, the Most High God lays instructions in you. That's why you have no steps that you take of your own volition. You got time for the Bible today, brother? All right, man. That's it. All right? Man, I hope I don't get a copyright, man. All right? Because that sounds like every song under the sun right now. You know what I'm saying? Me and my wife talk about that too, man. Jake has lost a song. Yep. I came across somebody trying to chop up Summer Madness by Kool and the Gang. If you know that song, that's like a 5-minute, 6-minute song of them just laid back playing guitar and bass. And when I heard it, they didn't even add anything to it. They just started mixing and chopping it. I'm like, yo, like, so why you desecrating a classic? You know what I'm saying? You destroying one of the classic legendary songs from our elders. But that's because Jake has lost his soul. And he's grasping for culture. You know what I'm saying? The same way our people can no longer sing, dance, or produce music the way we used to. We can't even serve God the way that we used to.
Right.
We don't even exhibit the same degree of faith, willing to be put to death before we sully our bodies with pork and defile ourselves in front of our God. Unwilling to keep the ways of the heathen, even if it means the death of our children. Once upon a time, our men and our women and our children were willing to stand united, even if it meant them dying. They were willing to do that for their God. Now you can't even get an Israelite to stop for 5 minutes, man. And when you ask them who you gonna call on the time of tribulation, they don't even want to answer you and say God. You know why? Because they know if they answer God, they have no excuse for not wanting to hear his word. Jake is so wicked, they trying to think 3 steps ahead of you wickedly so they don't answer certain questions. Not understanding, like, man, God sees what's in your heart too. Not just what you do, right? But, so we see that we're supposed to be teaching our children, right? The law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. We're supposed to be training them up in a way that they should go, so that when they are grown, they don't depart from it. But more times than not, the best thing that our people could do right now is not train their children up in the ways that they practice. Because more times than not, if your parents train you up in the way that they practice, they're going to train you up to worship Cesare Borgia.
That's right.
That is one of the best things that ever happened to me, is that my parents never trained me in the ways of worshiping white Jesus. My mother tried, but she didn't really go into the Bible. She just took me to church. And as you know, most of these pastors, they don't even read out the Bible. So the pastors didn't do no damage because they didn't even butcher the scriptures. So I got to walk away from the church being basically completely empty.
All praise.
Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
We're good. We're good.
Are you?
Oh yes.
What tribe you come from in the Bible? You're not good, brother. Come on, man. See, our people don't realize, man, when Christ show up, he gonna say, "Depart from me, ye workers of iniquity. Depart from me, ye who break my Father's laws." See, our people don't realize that, man. Again, I'm gonna say it again for the listeners in the back. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are the Israelites.
That's right.
And because you refuse to keep God's laws, he has sent enemies that aren't even qualified to carry your piss sample, and they roll over you. See, our people never stop and consider, man. They never stop and consider. And we gonna go to Isaiah 1, and we gonna substantiate just that, and we gonna get Proverbs 1. Right? Actually, you know what? We gonna get Psalms 50 real quick, though. Because to those of our people who don't keep the laws of God, you need to understand something. You are counted amongst the wicked. And God says outright, "What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, seeing thou hatest instruction?" That's what God says to the wicked. What are you doing saying you believe in me? What are you doing calling on me when you don't do anything I tell you to do? You don't keep any of my laws. You don't listen to any of my prophets. But yet, in the day of your affliction, you call on me as if I owe you. This is Psalms chapter 50 and verse 16.
Bring it out.
"But unto the wicked God saith, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and casteth my words behind?" So through the prophet David, the Most High God is saying plainly, what do you have to do with me if you don't keep my laws? Now this goes double for the heathen, because they have nothing to do with our God. But unto the Israelites who insist on doing wickedness and breaking God's laws, this is directed at you. Right? What hast thou to do to declare God's statutes, or to take his covenant in your mouth, seeing you hate instruction, seeing you turn away from the prophets when they offer you tutelage for free? I could see if I had a collection plate and I was asking for a smooth 20 before I could open this Bible for you, I could see if you said, "Hey man, I'm not into that." But most of our people, I'm just asking if you got a moment for the Bible, and if you ain't got a moment for that, can you at least take a look at this sign real quick? Give me 30 seconds. See, that's why when the Messiah is sent back, everybody's going to be hoping that he can set aside a couple of seconds for them. Because they know it'll only take a moment to be saved. But guess what? That's the moment you ain't going to get because you never were willing to give it to him. Right? And we're going to prove that. Right? We're going to go to Matthew 24. See, all these things I'm talking about, I'm not making anything up. I'm not making it up. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I want to come back to that. See, because most of our people saying they have somewhere to go, they ain't about to do nothing. They just walking around, they about to go buy something, about to go sit down somewhere. Because most of the people walking by are overweight. Let's be real with it. Right? So I know you ain't going to work out nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I know you going somewhere to eat and sit down. And you mean to tell me you can't set aside 10 minutes to get the words of God? But I guarantee one of these damn white folks will set aside 10 minutes if I tell them that they're God's chosen. They'll make time. Because they understand that America's at her end. And you're going to need deliverance from this place if you call yourself surviving the destruction of Babylon. Right? So the first thing I want to substantiate is that Yahushua is going to divide up everybody. But I also want to substantiate why certain people are being rewarded and why certain people are being punished. Got time for the Bible? Okay, just know if your father's a so-called white man, get ready for slavery.
That's right.
Right? This is Matthew, chapter 25 and verse 31.
Bring it out.
When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. So that's strike one against Christianity. That's saying that Christ wants everybody to be one big old dysfunctional family. One of the first orders of business with his return is to separate the nations. And he's dividing the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. Let's see what he thinks of the sheep and the goats. Verse 33, and he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. So to the sheep on the right hand, he's going to welcome them into the kingdom. But see, what is he going to do to the goats on the left? And the white man is the goat on the left,
Right.
for clarity's sake. Verse 41, then shall he say unto them on the left hand, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. So if that fire is prepared for the devil, and the so-called white man's going right along into the lake of fire,
Right.
then what does that make the so-called white man and his cohorts? The children of the devil.
That's right.
See, it's not hard to break some of this stuff down. Some of this stuff, although it might be metaphorical, it's very basic. Yahushua is saying, hey, look, these people on the right, they good. The people on the left, they're not so good. Right? But there's layers to it too. Because it talks about the basically that sea of flame being prepared for the devil and his angels. Well, we know that the spiritual demon Satan has a chosen people, being the white man.
That's right.
And the white man has cohorts that have basically been his associates in crime all the years of his operations. But there are Israelites who are also of those goats on the left. Let's see what qualified them to be put into everlasting fire. Right? Verse 42, for I was hungry, and ye gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in. Naked, and ye clothed me not. Sick, and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when we saw thee an hunger, and athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee. Then shall he answer them, saying, verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. So to blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians who don't have time to listen to those who are trying to bring you up to speed on who you are in the Bible and repent and keep God's laws, just know, in that same fashion, the Messiah will have no time for you in the day of your calamity. And I know, to those who say they are aware and knowledgeable about the calamities coming upon the earth, that is a very direct and a very moving thing to come to know. That the Son of God can simply go, nope, you don't have time for me, I don't have time for you. That's a very jarring revelation, because nobody in the church ever tells you Christ is going to reject you if you reject him. Nobody ever tells you that. They say Christ is knocking at the door, and if you shut the door, he keeps on knocking. And if you go to sleep, he gonna stay at the door knocking. And if you go to the strip club, you can walk right by him, but he'll just stay at the door knocking, wait for you to get home. See, they give you punching bag Jesus. You could do anything to him, and he just stands up and takes it. And instead of wanting to swing on your back, he just has his arms open saying, hey, come on over here, I'm your brother. See, they don't understand that just as God is a man of war, so is his son. And he doesn't take kindly to coons, to traitors, and to those who don't have time. Because how easy is it to simply have time to listen to the Bible? Very simple. But more times than not, like we've been seeing, most people don't have time. What's up, man? How you doing, brother? And right on time, we got Young Lions coming up. All praises, bro. All praises. I got that lesson prepared for you, too. We're going to start at the beginning. Our brother holding post today.
Yes,
making sure no riffraff get in here.
No,
Hey.
boss, you good, man?
I'm doing great.
Yes, sir. I'm here to learn, man.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everybody got to eat now.
You got a Bible?
I got you.
Okay. Well, do you have a Bible app on your phone?
Yeah, I have a Bible.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he got a Bible on his phone. It's cool. Yeah, because whenever I call scriptures, I would like for you to turn with me.
Okay.
So that you can read as I'm reading, because sometimes you read a little bit up, a little bit below it, you get a little bit more out of it.
Okay, yeah.
I brought a little extra water, so if you need water, man, just let me.
Yeah, it's a little hot out here. I know it, but
Yeah, it's 100 degrees, brother.
yeah. So what we learned about today?
We start at the beginning. I'm going to set this over here, this for y'all.
Okay.
Well, we're going to start at the beginning. We starting with Genesis 1 and 1. I'm going to wait for Brother Cannon to get over here. All right. You see they donated the sign to me.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So,
Now, I missed last week. I heard you guys had a great meeting.
Unity
last week.
with the Dallas brothers.
Yeah. Dang. I was here too.
You should have came out, man.
I was with my family and everything.
You should have brought them.
I wanted to. It's hard to get a group to go at one
Not
place.
just insist.
Yeah.
Just
That's
insist,
good.
man. You know what I'm saying? And pray to the Most High God that He give you favor to turn the hearts of those that you're trying to sway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because the way of a man is not in himself. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever heard that before?
Never.
Okay, cool. You're gonna hear it now. Alright? And just for the camera's sake, we got Brother Jeff, a prospect who's gonna be in Sakari soon enough, right? And then we got Brother Cannon, right? But this is Proverbs, chapter 20 and verse 24.
Bring it out.
Man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way? So a man's way is not in himself, man. The Most High God guides all of our steps. That's why if you're trying to get a group of people to stop and they won't stop, okay, cool, just come pick me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go over there, I'm going to get fed, and then I'll coordinate with y'all to get home. If they won't come get you, we'll drive you home.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because getting this word right now is the most important thing that you could possibly do. Right? With that said, we're going to get into the lesson today. I was filibustering, you know what I'm saying? Trying to pass a little time so the brothers could get here so they can get taught, right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to set a few ground rules. As I said, we're going to start with literally Genesis 1 and 1.
Okay.
So there's got to be some things that are understood. So we're going to go to 2 Peter 1 and 20. Because when you hear about the story of creation, they tell you that essentially that the days are essentially like 24-hour days.
Okay.
Is that as far as you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to establish a few things. Because those are not 24-hour days in the garden.
Really?
No. Did you know Adam and Eve aren't even the first two people on the planet?
I did not know that at all.
Yeah, that's why we got to start the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Because if I start anywhere beyond the beginning and I don't address the very foundation, you're going to have holes in your foundation. There you go. Come on. Right? But this is 2 Peter chapter 1 and verse 20.
Bring it up.
Knowing this first, that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation. For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Spirit, or Holy Ghost. Right? So I say that to say this. I'm not making it up. It is not about what I think or what you think. Everything we say, we have to get it out of the scriptures.
That's right.
Now, the reason why I say that is because I know when you want to get clarity on what's going on in the Bible, you have no problem going to the Bible. But a lot of your elders, a lot of the preachers in the church, they don't go to the Bible.
Yeah.
You ask them a question, they think a little bit, and they just spit something at you.
Exactly.
That's exactly what you don't want to be doing, right? So now we're going to go to Genesis 1 and 1, and I want you to tell me what this sounds like. And then we're going to break down a few things before we move forward, right? Now, can you imagine, this is to my camera, can you imagine if your pastor once a year would reset the clock and he would start at the very beginning and he would break down everything that the Bible says, scripture upon scripture, precept upon precept. If your pastor did that every year, he wouldn't have a congregation full of people. You know why? Because after enough time, they would leave and start their own congregation because they would be able to teach other men also. But what your pastor often does is he teaches bits and pieces. He makes sure to teach things like paying your tithe, coming to church on time, not hating your brother so that you can put more money in the collection plate, not hating your brother so that you can dwell in unity. Because as soon as you leave the church, you don't give a damn if you hate each other. You can kill each other for all he cares. Just don't fuck the money up. You know what I'm saying? But this is Genesis 1 and 1.
Bring it up.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. What does that sound like to you? What is your interpretation of
God created everything.
that? Okay. And what God we talking about? Is it? Now, if I asked you to prove that, how would you prove it?
I would have to research the Bible.
Okay.
Like you say, like I wouldn't know how to just know it. I got to ask.
Now, I'm going to read a few things, but first, I want to show you the term that's used for God here. Right? Because, and this is to the camera, this is something that your pastor is supposed to do. He's supposed to be doing like textual analysis. He's supposed to be analyzing words and showing the etymology of words to make sure when he communicates a message, that's in fact what it means. The word God here is not the term for the Most High God, which would be, the Tetragrammaton or Yahweh, right? The word here is going to be Elohim. Right? It's going to be this. Actually, I'm going to show you how I got it. This is Genesis 1 and 1, right? I go to the interlinear, and then I look down for God, and I see this word here. It's Elohim. Right? What does that say? But I thought it was the Most High God. So it's plural.
Plural. Yeah.
Oh, so who we talking about? Now you
Sounds
see.
like we- yeah.
Now you see why you have to start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Now, what if your pastor brought out Genesis 1 and 1 and he didn't know what all that meant? What should you do then? Well, you should leave his church
Oh.
because he's not suited to lead you.
Yeah.
Because how you gonna lead me? And the first scripture of the Bible you butchered. You mean to tell me you're gonna be able to break down end time prophecy and you can't even tell me what Genesis 1 and 1 means?
First thing.
Now you see why your preachers don't go in the Bible. Because they don't do the necessary study to be able to teach anybody. You see what I'm saying? See, I told y'all, man, when you start at the beginning, you're going to have a rock solid foundation.
So you're saying you're saying it wasn't the Most High.
No,
Like,
I'm going to prove it. I'm going to it. I got you. There's more to it. Right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to, we're going to go a few places, actually. We're going to go to Hebrews 1 and 1. Go to Hebrews real quick. I had it in another order, but I realized I need to do it this way. Right? Because we gonna build up the case that not only was it not the Most High God, it couldn't have been the Most High God according to the scriptures. But that don't mean God wasn't involved though. It just means it wasn't him. So we're gonna see how did God do all this. One and one. Right? I'm getting there. My Bible's just stuck together. So, right? I got a hardcover. I wore it out, man. Oh, I messed up.
They told you what happened to us, man. Right after. They told us about everything.
Oh, yeah.
That's
That's crazy that you the second person that we done heard of.
Yeah, it was the other brother from the Dallas camp. He said it was the same night. He stole his Bible.
really.
Yeah, something spiritual. Man.
Yeah, that.
Something spiritual.
They disarmed him.
They didn't touch none of mine. Though.
That's weird.
That's what I'm saying. They took everybody else's stuff. They didn't touch none.
You are a Levite.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying.
Hey, there it is. Hey, there it is. But this is Hebrews 1:1. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. Now I have a question. Who created everything again?
They said it's God.
Well, Christ.
Yeah, right.
So if Christ made it, who was with him? Because that term was Elohim and it's plural. So who was with him? Now you're seeing there's so many questions.
Yeah, like.
But there's a group of people that follow the Lamb wherever he goes. You know who they are. It's the number we all aspire to be counted amongst. It's 144,000, right? It's in Revelations 14. Right? Everybody who does this work, we beg and we plead with the Most High God to count us worthy. We endeavor to be counted worthy. But if I can only be a doorman in the kingdom of heaven, that's my lot. That's cool. As long as I get there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But as long as I'm working, I would love to be part of the 144,000.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's like if you got to work at Walmart. Okay, I got to work at Walmart. That's cool. But can I at least be paid well?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let me get that raise. You know what I'm saying? But this is Revelations chapter 14 and verse 1.
Bring it out.
And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having the Father's name written in their foreheads. Now we're going to go to verse 4 from here. These are they which are not defiled with women. That's other doctrines, right? Because when we go worship another God, how does God see that? It's fornication, right? So that's like us stepping on the Most High God and getting another woman. Or getting another man, really, because we're seen as the bride, right? So these are they that are not spotted by other doctrines. Meaning you are like you stand resolutely in this faith. You stand for this truth, even if it means unto your death. Got time for the Bible, sister? No? Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes, I do.
Okay, before you go, do you see yourself on this sign?
You mean photo?
Well, no, just in terms of the nations, right? So you got your African Americans here, you got your Hispanics right here, you know, from Central America, and then we got our Mexicans right here.
If I'm Mexican American, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so your father's Mexican?
Huh?
Your father's Mexican?
Then we're all mixed.
Well, what's his father?
His father's Cuban.
Cuban?
Cuban.
So you come actually from the tribe of Manasseh. That'd be right here. You're an Israelite, sister.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, who are the people on the planet y'all look just like?
Who we look like?
Yeah, y'all look like Puerto Ricans, right? More times than not.
No, we all look black.
Black.
Well, yeah, but that's because we are all one family. So this chart, these are the Israelites.
Yeah.
But the reason why I said that is because they're from the tribe of Ephraim. You remember the sons of Joseph in the Bible? They're brothers.
I'm Catholic, but I don't know the Bible well.
Okay. But that's what I'm out here for, sister, to let you know who you are in the Bible.
I was listening to you, though.
All praises, all praises.
Loud and clear. Presentation was perfect.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sure, can you take a flyer from me?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Do I have to pay?
No, no.
Everybody wants money.
No, I ain't gonna do that to you.
Especially the homeless. You got $1? I said, you got $50 to give me?
Yeah, one over here.
Y'all have a flyer? I'm out. Okay, cool. I'm glad you got one. Thank you, brother. Brother Andre and the Clutch. There you go,
Thank
sister.
you.
But just know, keep the laws of God, sister, because like I said earlier, it's gonna matter. Okay?
Yeah, and you know, I love that the world's mixing more. My first was white, so my children are interracial. They don't look nothing like me. They're white, alive, red hair, green eyes, blonde hair, white skin.
But according to the Bible, they would be from the tribe of Edom. Did you know the Most High God actually hates the white?
But you know, the Madonna, the Virgin Mary, she's actually black.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't get it. But yeah, I'm just glad that our family, you know, just saying, we're all mixed. Not more than 6 of us kids. Always Italian. I have my long black hair, dark skin. They thought I was from India. And I have another brother, you know, just like you. And I have a sister, they think she's from Jamaica. I have another sister, they asked if she was French Negro. We didn't know what French Negro was.
So can I show you real quick why that is? Why you guys look like that?
Yeah, we're all mixed. We all look different.
Well, did you know that's in the Bible?
No,
It's in the Bible. Yeah,
we
it's
don't
in the
look
book.
like brothers and sisters, but we are.
It's in the book of Hosea. It talks about how Ephraim, your people have mixed yourselves in among the heathen. So y'all look different. Some of you look white, some of you look black.
Yeah.
But y'all, we all are one family.
Yes.
That's why it's
Oh,
about
yeah.
it's about who your father is. When I say all of us, I only mean the people in the Son. I don't mean like say the white man. He's not our family. He's from the tribe of Edom. All right. But let me get this for you, and I'm gonna let you go. Okay, sister? There it is. This is Hosea, chapter 7 and verse 8. Ephraim hath mixed himself among the people. Ephraim is a Canaanite term. Ephraim is the northern kingdom of Israel. Remember how the Israelites split up? You have the southern and the northern kingdom. Here you have the American blacks and the West Indians. We're the southern kingdom. But the rest of you have split off from us. Right? So now y'all run the gamut. See, you have this sister here and this brother, they look white. But they're really from the tribe of
See, my
Manasseh.
mother was mixed. She had black hair.
What's her father?
Huh?
What's her father?
Her father, I don't know, but Martinez. A lot of us were from the island of Galveston. So when the longshoremen came in from ships to dock or rest or whatever, those foreigners from different countries on the ship mixed with females of Galveston Island. So our children are all different. We're all different. And then it's fascinating, but yes, more fascinating when I see my son when he's shaved his head bald, and I look like that. He goes, Mama, what's wrong with you? I said, baby, you look like a white boy. I am white. You look like those skinheads, big white boy. And then when I see my daughter sometimes, I just look at her and say, Mama, what's wrong? Baby, you're white. You look like a white girl.
Actually,
I
was that
am
man
white.
from Italy that you had children with? The white man you had children with? Was from Italy?
He's from, it's funny because his dad, when I mingled with him, white, they were from the KKK organization. I didn't know what the KKK was. And they caught hell from that. And so they're from Tennessee, Germany.
Germany, okay. Ah, damn.
Yeah.
That's Esau.
So,
According like
his father was Irish, red hair, blue eyes, and his mother was green eyes, blonde hair. And it's crazy because in my family, we were mixed, but most of us were black, you know. But my brother was just like hair and
okay. Well, take this with you before you go. I just want to read this to you.
Okay.
Right? This is an excerpt from a man named Professor Boyd Dawkins in 1879. Right? The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men about 5'6" inches or 5 feet 6 inches in height. Right? They were in England when our fathers, and he's talking about the white English, the white people, invaded the land in 449 AD. Right? But he also talks about the people, actually, evidence of their civilization can be seen all over the continent of Europe, as well as throughout the British Islands, extending as far as Germany and Switzerland, and even to France and Spain. So the original Irish and the original Scottish were actually black people.
Yeah.
What's the so in Ireland, what's the capital of Ireland? Dublin. What does Dub mean in Gaelic? D-U-B-H. It means black. Yeah. What does Scot mean? It means black. And that's King James. The dude in the middle,
Yeah.
that's a black dude. So just because somebody says they're Irish or Scottish, they look a certain way, they got to check who their fathers are. They might come back from my stock anyway, your stock anyway.
Well, my father passed away. He died. He gave me a hard time. When he first saw me, excuse my language. When he first saw me, I was invited to dinner with the teenager. I was 15 years old. And he said, son, get that damn nigger off my porch.
Yep.
He's coming in here.
Yep.
And I started crying, and he had to take me home. When my dad saw us pull up and I was crying, I got to off his belt, swing was ready to beat him. But I was saying, no, Daddy, no, Daddy. It's just my stomach hurt. And that's why he brought me home. But yeah, they didn't like him, blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin. And here I was dark. I looked Indian from India. And so it was hell. So through all my years, to his last breath, to my mother-in-law's last breath, and the N-word. And my son would get so mad. He'd say, Grandma, why do you call Mama that? Why do you always call Mama that? I said, baby, I forgive her anymore because she has to deal with you. She passed her. And she's allowed to go to heaven. Bad.
Well, did you know heaven's going to be on earth?
Oh, yeah.
And so I have a question though. In the kingdom of heaven, are we going to be ruling over the heathen who put us in slavery?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're taking over.
So if we're taking over, are we going to rule over them gently, or are we going to
You
afflict
know,
them?
I just want to share. I have visions and dreams and sight.
Okay.
And I'm very close to Jesus. He appears to me in the day of the Lord's first year. Has appeared in the Lord Christ. But I was given a vision. I went to the future.
Okay.
It's almost here. And
Yeah.
let me tell you, I don't want to be here. I want to be somewhere else. But I was shown that 7 new worlds have already been created. They're beautiful. They look like Easter eggs. They're all close together planets. So a lot of us that will be, how can I say, in the blink of an eye, it's gonna be transformation, a leap, like into the black hole, but it's gonna go through to the other planets that are already preserved. It's already been on one planet. Not very many people, and the thing about it is that I like all the houses, everybody has a house, everybody's the same. There's no prejudice, nobody has more than another, everything's equal, food, everything. But the future that I saw that's coming soon, I just want to say, it's no power on this earth, and it's going to be survival. And everybody that babies and has all these animals and dogs or whatever as children, those are the ones that are going to eat their masters who takes care of them because they're in a starvation mode, thirst. And
You're talking about something called Jacob's trouble in the Bible.
I don't know, but I was given a vision. And as far as going to the future, I've been there several times. I hate it. I don't know why I'm taken to observe. But the first time I went, I didn't know. I was in a purple nightgown, house dress, and I was barefoot. And I appeared in this place. It was like an underground tunnel. And people were there, and everybody was like the homeless people. You have theirs and clothes and everything. There's hope. So they had that. But anyway, I was looking around and then somebody yelled, "Stop her! Stop her!" And then they were yelling at me, "Are you from the future? Are you from the past?" I looked and I was like, shit, I'm not gonna answer to these white men. So I started taking off, and then I saw like this old setup of old-fashioned printers, and they were printing a paper like a green leaf, like an instant green leaf paper. So I ran in there, and all those old men were freaking out on me. And I grabbed the paper. When I looked at the date, I said, "Oh my gosh, how am I going to get home?" So they were coming after me, and I started running. And this young girl, she motioned in the shadow, and I looked at her, and she said, "Come." So I went to her. So we were hiding. And then all of a sudden, somebody yelled and said they knew what we were. So we took off running, and we ran out. There was these white, it was like the White House, the white column were coming at us, and I said, well, shoot, I'm jumping in there. So I jumped in there, but they took us out, and then they took me to a place in this was white columns, and there was a bunch of people in there, and they were huge, huge. No, this is huge. So while the people were starving in survival, thinking there's no food or water, these people had the food and water. They were eating bread. So they were asking me, what's my name? Where am I from? What continent was I from? And what year was I? I didn't say nothing. I thought, shit, I'm not speaking to anybody. And then all of a sudden it started happening. And I thought, oh Lord, take me home. So finally I woke up in bed. You know, when I woke up, I aged like 100 years old. When I woke up and I started walking to the restroom like this, and my son freaked out and said, Mama. And then my daughter came and she said, Mama, but what? What's the matter? Mama, look in the mirror, look in the mirror. So I went to the restroom and I went, oh my gosh, I had my long black thick hair was gray. I was shriveled. I was old. I said, oh my God, I can't go to work. I can't go to work like this. The government's going to snatch me. They're going to start asking questions. This and that. But long story short, the water was actually radiation.
Yep. Bitter water. That's in the Bible too.
Because my skin, my flesh was peeling off,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't want to go to the doctor. So I had to wrap it up, put peroxide, whatever, and I had to stay with her 2 weeks. This is the way I look. And my mother, she lived with her. She always kept saying, Lord, what's wrong with you? Come out. What's that? Mama, I don't feel good. I probably have a virus. I didn't want her to freak out and get age. But gradually, I started going back to my normal self. And finally, I was back to normal. But oh my God, that was, I was not going to say it either. But it's almost here. The
Well, I'll say
month,
this: if you want
the
the
day,
answers
and the year.
to what you saw, that is going to lead you first step. Because
Yeah,
everything you
I
said,
never share with nobody. I don't want to talk about it because I don't want the red flag government snatching me, you know, because I was in and I needed it. And I hope I was right.
you were in the future, but you had a vision of things to come. What I'm telling you is the water that was irradiated, that's in the Bible. It's called bitter water. That talks about all the water being made bitter in the
Yeah,
times of
and there's no
basically trouble.
drinking water.
And so if you really want to know what your vision was about, look on there and go to the videos on YouTube and start your journey. I'm out here every Saturday at about 5:30 till about 10 at night. All right, sister, it's a
But,
pleasure
you know,
talking.
And everything happens for a purpose. There's a purpose for me meeting y'all. But I just want to say, with the future coming, as I've already been there several times, probably 5 times, I think, I don't know why I'm thinking of it. But it's going to be survival. No power, no food,
No, I agree
but
with you.
all those animals that people have, those are arriving.
The teeth of wild beasts. The Bible talks about that too.
Really?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Look into that.
Okay, and
Right.
they're
But let me read this to you. Let me read this
okay,
to you.
go ahead.
This
Okay,
is
go ahead.
Joel, chapter 2 and verse 28.
Bring it up.
And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions. That's all you're seeing is visions of things to come. And while you were speaking, I was checking off all the
Okay,
things that are
but
part of the
if it's
prophecy.
a vision that I'm having, why am I actually, my children are witnessing that I aged to that day
Well,
of future time.
Things happen to people
And
according to the Most High
my
God's will.
flesh was like falling off.
Mhm.
It was crazy.
But it's the same way that when Miriam was, talking badly about Moses, she got stricken with leprosy for 7
Yeah.
days. So the Most High God does what He wants to do. And
Oh,
plus,
yeah.
because of that, don't you remember that occurrence?
Yes.
Crystal clear.
Yes.
And now, when you tell your vision, somebody who actually can filter through the scriptures can tell you. It's in the Bible.
I like your word.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, yeah,
Mike, let's go back on this side.
I have those kind of dreams in this that the date that
Like,
I'm
there's
going
some place that we
is
can get right
coming
down
soon.
here.
And I just want to say, we should live each day. It's a precious day. Breathing, breathing, whatever. Because when that hits,
talks about men seeking and desiring to see another man, but not being able to, because the cities are going to be desolate.
Right.
Yeah.
The Bible talks about
Yeah.
that. I'm telling you, sister,
Yeah.
you're seeing visions.
Yeah.
Read this Bible. It'll tell you what you're seeing.
And I didn't know if whatever humans did survive down there, if they were being eaten as food. Ghosts, vicious dogs, like
All of it's in the Bible, sister.
they're hungry and thirsty.
But what's your name, sister?
Dolores,
Dolores, I'm
I
Haya
live
El.
right there. They're not seeing your home.
Okay, I'm Haya El. If you
Haya
ever have a
El.
chance on a Saturday at 5:30, just come see me. I'll be right here. Okay?
Okay, okay. Thank you. It was nice meeting y'all,
Nice to meet you.
brothers. And yes, my whole family, dark skin, everything.
Okay. But likely you're an Israelite from the tribe of Manasseh. Don't forget that, okay? You're an
No,
Israelite.
no,
All right?
I'm proud of myself.
All praises, all praises.
Bye.
Take care. All right? See again. Our people are having dreams, they're having visions, and they wondering why. That's why we got to be out here, man. That's why if you sitting on your knowledge at home, man, you're going to pay for that shit. Because I wish I going to say, depart from me, man. Ye workers of iniquity. Ye who break my father's laws. I said that earlier.
Right.
And our elders don't even break stride when you tell them that because they think it's not real. But as soon as somebody get a cancer diagnosis, what they do? God, why that happened? God help me. Not understanding God did help you. He gave you cancer because your ass is rich.
Yeah.
There it is. You know what I'm saying? But let's keep going with the lesson, right? So we saw in Hebrews that by the hand of so-called Jesus Christ, the world was made. I want you to go to Colossians chapter 1, I believe verse 13, maybe 14.
Firstborn of every
15? Cool. Well, we're going to start at 12. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? I says, man, I said. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
We had it earlier, bro.
Thank you.
Well, brother, can you at least look at this, see what tribe you come from on this side?
I actually have a whole pamphlet, man. We're good to go.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got
All right,
one
man.
earlier.
I says. What tribe you come from then, brother?
I hadn't had time to look at it, bro. I just got it earlier today, this morning.
Oh, from Brothers in Purple?
Yeah.
Okay, you good, you good. You good? I ain't gonna lock that
I'm
up. Yeah,
mad interested, though, because a few minutes into talking to you, I'm like,
Okay.
anyway, so I'm going to look into it for sure.
All right, brother. You an Israelite, more than likely. All praise. But this is Colossians, chapter 1 and verse 12.
Bring it out.
Giving thanks unto the Father, which hath made us meet to be partakers of the inheritance of the saints in light, who hath delivered us from the power of darkness, and hath translated us into the kingdom of his dear Son, in whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. So wait, if he's the firstborn of every creature, who's the being that is outside of time itself? The ancient of God, right? The ancient of days. So when the Bible says the only begotten of the Father, what does that mean? I'm gonna read it again. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. So if God created one thing, what did he create? Well, no. The firstborn is who? Okay. So if he's the firstborn and God started creation, that would make Jesus Christ that first creation of God. So what you have now is creation didn't begin with the world. Creation began with Yahushua.
Oh, okay. So all that.
Correct.
Okay.
So now you have Yahushua. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to substantiate Genesis 1 and 1. Right?
Yeah.
God being plural. So you have Yahushua. Now who else do you have with you? You got to remember, to be divine rulers, gods, judges, and angels, you need more than one. And if by the hands of Yahushua was the world made, that means God didn't participate in it. So that means Yahushua did, and who else to make it plural? We're going to go into it. So remember that group of people that I mentioned, they go with the Lamb wherever he goes?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to read that one more time. It's in Revelations 14. And don't take it as, like if you don't understand it right off the bat,
Yeah.
this is actually heavier stuff than normal.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because what I'm trying to really tell you is that your spirit exists independently of your vessel, of your body. Because the 144,000 are literal Israelites, 12,000 from each tribe.
Oh, okay.
So if those spirits are with Yahushua at creation, and Yahushua began creation, who did he create first? If they go everywhere with him to assist him,
Yeah.
that means he created the 144,000,
Yeah.
right? This is Revelation 14, and we'll start at 4. These are they which are not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb, whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto God and to the Lamb. So the 144,000 are also going to be the first that are redeemed in those new vessels.
Okay, so the first creation was Yahushua, right?
That's right.
So didn't it just say like 144,000 is the first?
They go with him wherever he goes.
Okay, so like they're a part of like I don't know how to put the phrase. So they weren't the first part of the first creation.
Well, no, they're involved in it because
Okay.
Yahushua created them first.
Okay.
Because you got to remember, before you create bodies or men and women, you have to create spirits to put in those vessels. It's going to make more sense when I go through Genesis and you see that on the 5th day, men and women were created, but on the 7th day, Adam and Eve were created, or chosen, so to speak, right? But so far, what we have here is we have the substantiation for Yahushua being the first creation and the only creation of the Father. And then after that, he created everything else. The world, the moon, the stars, the planets, the spirits, the people, the animals. He was among, as a matter of fact, what is it, Psalms, but what is it? Where it says the chariots of the Most High God are like 20,000, even 1,000, and the Lord is among them. Okay, hold on, let me get there. Right? Yeah, I think it's, what is it, Psalm 68? Because this is not, and this is in my camera, this is not something that's light to understand, right? A lot of times, people don't understand what we're saying when we talk about the chariots and the angels and Yahushua being the one who fashioned the world. They don't understand all that because you have to understand it precept upon precept. And it's hard to take all those things into account when you're trying to drive by learn instead of just planting your feet, dedicating your focus, and learn. You see what I'm saying? Also, it might be Psalm 68.
Yes, Psalm 68, 17.
Yeah. So I did have it. Damn. I should have believed. See? Get this real quick. That's 69. There it is. This is Psalms 68 and 17.
Bring it up.
The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels. The Lord is also among them, as in Sinai, in the holy place. So Yahushua is literally among the chariots. Bless you. Right? So, what you have here is a depiction of what was going on at the very beginning. Right? And this is one way that we know that these chariots go over the whole earth. We're going to go to Zechariah 4. Damn, man, that is like the biggest mosquito I've ever seen. God damn. I think he had a chain on or something.
Yeah, with a sleeve, bro.
Damn. I don't know what it is, man. Mosquitoes choose me before anyone else, bro. Shit is ridiculous. Get them, man. He young.
I'm telling you.
Shit.
The natural oils on, that's why.
That's what it is.
You got that good blood, man. Leave me out.
With that Manuka honey.
Yep, this is it. This is Zechariah, chapter 5 and verse 1.
Bring it out.
Then I turned and lifted up mine eyes, and looked, and beheld a flying roll. And he said unto me, What seest thou? Now this is an angel talking to Zechariah. He's seeing what looks like a little flying tic-tac in the air, right? And he said unto me, What seest thou? And I answered, I see a flying roll, and the length thereof is 20 cubits, and the breadth thereof 10 cubits. A cubit is from about your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right? Then he said unto me, this is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the whole earth. So he's looking at a UFO, and he's describing its likeness. It's in the shape of like a little roll or a tic-tac. Yeah, it's a chariot. So the angel gives him more information, and he says, behold, this is the curse or the thing that goes over the whole earth. If you ever stay outside after 9 p.m., which if you look at the stars on a clear night, right, you'll see what look like lights moving around in the sky. Have you seen that?
I remember you telling me you got like the binoculars that
Yeah.
blocks it out.
If y'all ever have time on another day, I would love to have y'all near my place in New Braunfels where there's a lot less lights from the city. And I'll take you out on a clear night, and they are out there every night. I took Malkia out there the other night, and we saw 2 chariots flying right next to each other. And then we saw other chariots coming out. You see what I'm saying? So it's not hard to see these things. You just got to go and dedicate a little time and look, right? But verse 3, then he saith unto me, this is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the whole earth. For everyone that stealeth shall be cut off, as on this side, according to it. And everyone that sweareth shall be cut off on that side, according to it. And I will bring it forth, saith the Lord of hosts. And it shall enter into the house of the thief, and into the house of him that sweareth falsely by my name. And it shall remain in the midst of his house, and shall consume it with the timber thereof, and the stones thereof. So the angel is literally saying, these chariots, they're everywhere. And they're investigating, they're recording. Right? Have you ever heard that the eyes of the Most High God are 10,000 times brighter than the sun? Well, that the eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the good and the evil. That's how his eyes are so bright. And there's literally a depiction of the Most High God in Ezekiel 1. He's looking over the head of an angel out of something like a TV. Yeah, I'll show you. This isn't part of the lesson, but I'm slowing down a little bit because I think this is a fascinating point to fixate on, right? Because a lot of times when you hear about the angels or the chariots in the Bible, it doesn't really elaborate too much on what they look like or what they did. But there are instances where you get a glimpse into what the angels do. And the angels are literally the couriers or the messengers of God. That's literally what angel means. It means messenger of God. So, in a sense, I'm an angel. You're an angel. The Israelites are God's angels.
That's right.
Because we are his prophets. The people whom he reveals his secrets unto. Right? But let me get this real quick. Quotations. Right. This is Ezekiel, chapter 1 and verse 1. Now it came to pass in the 30th year, in the 4th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I was among the captives by the river Kabar, that the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. In the 5th day of the month, which was the 5th year of King Jehoiakim's captivity. So they were in captivity to the, I believe to the Babylonians, I believe. Because ain't Ezekiel a Judite? He would have to be if he's in the Babylonian captivity, right? But either way, the word of the Lord came expressly unto Ezekiel the priest. Well, now he'd be a Levite because he's a priest, right? So the son of Buzri, or Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Kabar, and the hand of the Lord was there upon him. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding in itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. So he saw a cloud, right? A cloud that looked like it was on fire. Now, what does the Bible say about the clouds in heaven and the Most High God making them his chariot? We're going to get there.
You're gonna say like how?
And that, I believe that's also his song. It might not. Right? Because one of the things that we have to continuously substantiate, yeah, it's in Psalms 104. We have to substantiate our position on these so-called UFOs, right? Because when we talk about the UFOs being the chariots of the Most High God, more times than not, people call us crazy. But the thing is, though, if you read the depiction of the chariots in the Bible, it mirrors what these UFOs do, especially when you read the book of Maccabees. first and second Maccabees, right? But let me get this real quick. This is Psalms 104:3. Who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariot, who walketh upon the wings of the wind. So when you look at the heaven or the heavens, right? The waters is a certain heaven. The sky is a heaven. Space is a layer of heaven. Right? So lower orbit is part of the sky. But when you go beyond something called the Van Allen belts, it's a layer of radiation that's around the whole planet. That's why it's impossible that they went to the moon, by the way. Because they have no craft that's capable of getting through the Van Allen belts without everybody on board dying. Yeah, that's why you remember the white man started coming out saying, oh, I lost all the telemetry data to get to the moon. He literally just said, I lost my homework. I can't go back. It doesn't make any sense. Especially when they have supercomputers. No.
Really?
No nation has. And the reason why the white man lied about going to the moon.
Wow.
I'm sorry?
So they did it in 1966.
Yeah.
Whatever,
Can't do it now, right? But the reason why they lied so big and grandiose is because Russia had just launched Sputnik. That was the first satellite that was put into orbit. So America said, well, we'll do you one better. We went to the moon. And then they realized all we got to do is make a movie set and pretend like we went to the moon. And Stanley Kubrick was associated with that project. That's why there's a lot of controversy surrounding his death, because he was directly involved in producing the films that depict the lunar landing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but we see here that the Most High God is basically, he maketh the clouds his chariot. Now, when I read in the book of Ezekiel, it depicts a cloud enfolding on itself like it's on fire coming from the north. That's what Ezekiel is seeing. So he's seeing a chariot coming at him. You know what I'm saying? Verse 5. Or this is Ezekiel 1:5. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man. So you have 4 distinct creatures coming out of this one ship. And each one has 4 faces. Right? Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man. And everyone had 4 faces. And everyone had 4 wings. And their feet were straight feet. So they had hooves. Right? And the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot. Like a hoof. And they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. So they were still like brass. Right? And they had the hands of a man under the wings on their 4 sides. And their 4 faces and they 4 had the faces in their wings. Their wings were joined one to another, and they turned not when they went. They went every one straight forward. You got time for the Bible, brother? Thou says, man. As for the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man, and the face of a lion on the right side. And they 4 had the face of an ox on the left. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. So you're talking about, yeah, that's what they look like in this setting. You got to remember, this is not what they always look like. Because in the book of Tobit, Raphael looked like everybody else. He looked human. But when he vanished, that's when they knew, like, oh shit, it's me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna skip straight to the point, right? Actually, there it is. Verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament above their heads, or above the heads of the living creatures, was as the color of the terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So it was like a prism. When you shine light through a prism, what happens? It divides into the spectrum of light. You get the rainbow, right? So this little area above their heads, it had like a rainbow in it, right? And under the firmament were their wings straight, the one toward the other, every one which had 2, which covered on this side, and every one had 2, which covered on the sides, or that side, their bodies. So they basically had 2 wings that looked up, like they angled up. Now you're gonna see, depending on the position of those wings, is when they talk, and then when they receive, almost like a walkie-talkie. Right? And when they went, I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings, and there was a voice from the firmament that was above or over their heads, when they stood and had let down their wings. So when they were holding their wings up, it was like a view-only mode. When they let their wings down, that's when God was speaking out of that firmament, right? And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above it. Who you think sitting on that throne? God. And he doing this shit like, what's going on?
Yeah.
So every angel is basically a camera for the Most High.
Okay.
Not to mention that angels are highly skilled in what they do. There's a video that they just put on YouTube probably about 2 days ago. Somebody literally was looking at a chariot and they had a little laser pin. Every time they flashed the pin on the chariot flashed a green light right back at them. They had a green laser pin, they flashed the chariot, they got flashed by the chariot back. You got to remember, that little pin, if you flash at a plane, they can't see that. But that chariot could see it from miles away. So just imagine how sensitive they are to everything that's going on underneath you. They hear everything and they see everything. That's why we try to tell our people, you ain't hiding shit from the Most High.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? There's a little bit more. I'll just reread it. And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above it. And I saw as the color of amber, as the appearance of fire round about it, from the appearance of his loins upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward. I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and it had brightness about it, as the appearance of the bow that was in the cloud in the day of rain. So is the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. And that's with all caps. So we got to see the glory of Yahweh. Yeah. Now I'm gonna read it again. You're gonna recognize this depiction in Revelations 4. Have you read that? The likeness of God in Revelations 4? We're gonna read it. Cool. Right? This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face, and I heard a voice of one that spake. And this is when the angel begins to, communicate with Ezekiel, right? But we're going to go to Revelations 4 real quick. Actually, I'm going to do it on my phone. My Revelations is being destroyed. Hold on. So I want to break it down as a go. This is Revelations 4:1. After this I looked, and behold, a door was opened in heaven. And the first voice which I heard was as it were of a trumpet talking with me, which said, Come up hither, and I will show thee things which must be hereafter. And immediately I was in the spirit, and behold, a throne was set in heaven, and one sat on the throne. You just heard that, right? A throne like unto a sapphire. And one sat on the throne that had the appearance of a man. Verse 3, and he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone. Do you know what colors jasper and sardine stones are? We can look it up right now. I used to have a bracelet, but it broke. All right. Now, keep in mind, this is the appearance of God, right? These are jasper stones. You see that brown color?
Yeah.
And then it also describes a sardine stone. And this is to my camera. That's why it's important to go over things like this, right? Because now Genesis 1 means something completely different. Because now when it talks about angels, now you have a visual representation that's biblically inspired that you can reference. You don't have to make it up anymore. You know more or less what it's talking about because it tells you an occasion where you get to see an angel and what they look like in the Bible. See what I'm saying? But this is a sardine stone. See that rich brown?
Okay.
That's how God is. Now, what did the white man tell you God looked like?
White man with long hair.
Yeah, well, that's Jesus.
Oh,
But I'm talking about what they tell you God looked like.
white hair.
With white hair.
White hair.
Yeah, look like Zeus. Now, this is in my camera. They lie to you about even what Zeus looks like. You've heard me bring this out before. Zeus has many names. One of his names is Ethiops. Ethiops means burnt face. So how is he a white man if he's described as being burnt faced? In Greco-Roman times, they used to worship Jake as a god. Because when we're around heathen, don't you feel like a god? If you had to be on a football team with all white boys, you the only Jake, you're gonna be like a goddamn god out there. You're gonna be stiff-arming niggas. You throw the ball to yourself.
Yeah.
You the quarterback, fullback, and wide receiver. And they can't stop it. Have you ever seen a team where they got one Jake, he's just phenomenal at everything, nigga don't even get a chance to rest. He on offense and defense and kicking team. But that's what it's like when you go around the heat. That's what it's like. The new Assassin's Creed, all these white boys here in America are mad because they're focusing on what's his name? Yasuke, the Black Samurai.
Black Samurai. And
But
so
see,
he got dreads and everything. So yeah.
but see, here's the thing. They don't know that Jake also set the very standard for what it means to be a samurai. A man named Sakunoye Tomoromaru. He was a black samurai. It's who they based the Raikage off of in Naruto. Sakunoye Tomoromaru.
Yeah.
I told you about him before.
Yeah.
Right?
Like he based off the right pocket, so he has like braids, white hair. Like,
Well, in real life, he was just a big old nigga.
yeah. Oh, okay.
And his hair was black. See, they always take the liberty to make you look more like a white man
Yeah.
just to throw you off.
Okay.
But his little brother B, he rapping and shit,
Yeah,
being all
rapping
corny.
and shit,
They
being all
make
corny,
you a
yeah.
laughing stock.
Yeah.
But what happened to Sasuke and all them when they first fucked with B?
Oh.
They got tore up. You know why? Because he a Jake. See, they make fun of you until they put you in your element. Then they have to do you justice because then you're not the character. It doesn't have the same allure. See, that's why in every movie they make you the guy to beat.
Yeah.
Whether he's a outright black man or a dreamt up character like Thanos or Darkseid.
Yeah.
They make you the man to beat. You know why? Because you are the man to beat. You are the standard. Right? But,
I like the concept.
yeah, man. Hey, you got to make it more relatable, man. Leroy. Yep. They get mad at the depiction of him doing Wing Chun, not understanding that Jake is the one who brought martial arts to China. There's a man named Shinon, Shennon-G, Shinon. He brought martial arts, tea, fire, and cooking to China. Black man. They called him a demon because he was black skinned.
Yeah.
Now, what's the proverb in Japan? If you want to be a good samurai, you have to have demon blood. Well, who do they call demons? Black people. But you got to think from the perspective of your enemies on the battlefield. What would you look like? A goddamn demon. You move faster. You hit harder.
Yeah.
You think on the fly. You can't be trusted because you outthink everybody.
Yeah.
So they see you as a demon. But see, these are the things that you have to understand. You have to understand the perspective of your enemy. I was talking to my wife this morning and I say, you know what? One of the things we often forget is that these other nations have always gotten second place. Can you imagine if you never got first? All of us have done something where we showed ourselves to be the best at our respective time, at our respective town. Some of us have many stories like that. Some of us only have one, but at least you got one. Can you imagine going your whole life and you were third, fourth, not even in the running?
That's big move.
Yeah, and here's the thing, you got to get used to that.
Yeah.
Because everybody in your nation is like that. Because we're spread to all nations. So the Chinese person they think is the best, martial artist at their monastery, that's a Jake. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the Chinese monasteries, like the Tibetan temples and all that, most of them are Jakes. You know how I know? They all come from orphanages and they're under the curses. Not to mention our people are spread to those lands and they often come from disenfranchised, indigenous peoples. They come from the darkly melanated indigenous peoples of those lands. More times than not, they're Jakes. They are our people. People like Jet Li, Jackie Chan, they all came from schools that did things like wushu, certain types of kung fu. And when you look at their statues and things of that nature, they always have those little beads, little circular hair, and it's like a cone that goes to the top.
Yeah.
That's nigga hair, man. Why you think they turn around and show you Goku how his hair goes up like that in the spire?
Yeah.
Whose hair goes up under gravity? Ours does. But that's why when he goes Super Saiyan, he turns white. Because the white man has to put his stamp on it.
Yeah.
If you want to be perfected, you had better look like a cracker. And that's what they're going to teach you. Meanwhile, you know this damn well. If you got blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin, you can't even go outside. Let alone fight a nigga from another planet.
Exactly.
But see, if you don't know who these great men that the Bible talk of, and you let the white man indoctrinate you enough, you'll think you ain't shit. He got it all. When you the most powerful thing on this planet. And now everybody's starting to admit it. Everybody. Have you seen the Japanese and the South Koreans? They're paying Jake $75,000 per baby if you'll go over there and fuck they women.
Yeah.
Why ain't they asking the white man to do that? Because he weak. What did God say about Esau? I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. So not only are you hated, but you're small among the heathen, meaning you don't have any children. You don't swing pipe like that.
Yeah.
I'm putting it the way it is. Put one Jake in a nation full of women ready to get pregnant. Yeah, give me a couple of days. Jake will at least get 20 of them pregnant.
I'm telling you.
You know what I'm saying? And he won't even be tired. Jake, like, shit, I gotta sleep sometime. I'm just sleeping out of convenience. But if you need me to do 24-hour shifts, I'm on it. You know what I'm saying? But that, like, what's happening now is God is starting to reveal that the real angels on the planet are us. That's why a lot of times in the Bible, the angels would tell the men that bow to them, get up. I'm one of you. I'm of your brethren. See what I'm saying? But moving on with the lesson, right? So we see that Genesis 1 is talking about Christ, or Yahushua, and the angels, right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to 1 Peter 3 and 8, because we need to understand the time scale that we're dealing with too, right? Because I said that it wasn't a matter of just 24-hour periods. This is 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 8. Am I right? No, I'm not. It is. I put first. Damn. This is 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 8.
Bring it out.
But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. So in the presence of the Most High God, one day is equal to 1,000 years here. Now, who was there at the beginning? The Most High. He created Yahushua. Yahushua created the 144. And then God created the heavens and the earth. Now you're starting to see, okay, so we're still on God's time scale.
Yeah.
Now when we read the creation account, it makes more sense. I'm going to that right now.
So was Adam and Eve chosen out of the 144?
We'll see. We'll see. Because Adam isn't who you think he is. Yeah. Adam ain't just a man. As a matter of fact, Adam is the man. Who's the man that you think of in the Bible when I say the man? The most important man in the Bible. Jesus Christ, right? Adam is just as important as him. As a matter of fact, Adam is Jesus Christ. Remember that thing I told you about regeneration?
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
Because think about it. How could he bring sin into the world and then be found, and one man be found worthy to remove it? If you burn down my house, if I wanted restitution, real justice, who would I get repaired by? By you, because you burnt my house down.
Yeah.
But what if your brother wants to rebuild my house? That's well and fine, but you still burnt it down, and you still owe me, not your brother.
Yeah.
So if sin came into the world by Adam, which the first Adam is now made a quickening spirit, as it says in 1 Corinthians 15, right? If it's Jesus Christ who brought sin into the world, ain't he the one who could bring it out? Yes. But what did he have to do to be found worthy to purge the world of sin? He had to live without spot. And that's what he did. We gonna go into it. Yeah. See, I'm just making sure the gears are turning, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, they hear that and the gears freeze up. You know what I'm saying? And you got to go into the Bible and you got to get, oil them gears again. Make sure that, they still thinking, still with you. You know what I'm saying? But this is Genesis 1 and 23. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. And God said, let the earth bring forth a living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind,
and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good.
I have a question, right? So, if everything that creeps on the ground was made that day, don't we creep on the ground? Yeah, we walk around. Some of us crawl, some of us can't walk or crawl, but we wheel on our little scooters and shit, but we creep up on the earth. So everything that was basically terrestrial is made on the 5th day. Right?
Verse 25. Actually, verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image.
Wait, it was just talking about cattle. But now it's saying, let us make man in our image. And this is still the 5th day. So I have a question. How long is this day? 1,000 years.
Yeah.
So, if he's going to make man in his image, and this is a plural, declaration, that means there's more than one person.
Yeah.
So they made lots and lots of people. But God chose one man, and that's Adam. We're going to get there, right?
Verse 26, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. And God created man in his own image.
And you know that image now. It's in Ezekiel 1. They had face of a man, ox, eagle, and then what was the last one? A lion. A lion. Yeah, lion's one of the sides, right? The eagle's back. But you know that face facing forward was the face of a man. Now, this is also how we could say that Adam and all the men on the earth at that time were so-called darkly melanated people. Because what was the likeness of the angel in Ezekiel 1? Like burnished brass, right?
So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female.
So you've got both man and woman being present. So even if you don't believe there's multitudes, there's at least 2 people. Right?
And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth.
So that's where you have men and women being created. Right? Now we're going to go to Adam. Right?
This is Genesis, chapter 2 and verse 2.
Bring it out.
And on the 7th day, God, or the Elohim, ended his work, which he had made. And he rested on the 7th day from all his work, which he had made.
Now, doesn't it make sense why God had to rest? But here's the thing. The Most High God don't need rest, does he? But who does need rest? Everybody else. Now you get it, right?
Verse 3, and God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work, which God created and made. We're going to skip down to 7, right? Verse 7, and Yahweh,
This Lord in all caps.
and Yahweh formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
So when it says that God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, what does that mean? Did God literally make a man out of dirt and go, and the man was like Pinocchio, start dancing around and shit? Talking about, I have no strings, ain't no strings on me and all that shit? Is that what happened? No. So what is the breath of life then? Okay. Now, what if the Holy Spirit would have come into you as far as you know? What would happen to you? You might start speaking another language. You might get a revelation. You might know something.
Yeah.
You would say, the Holy Spirit, you could say almost when it's dealing with you, it can impart wisdom of some sort, some ability, right? What if I told you that's exactly what the Holy Spirit is? Yeah. So when the Most High God breathed into Adam the breath of life, it was wisdom. That's right. Because you're going to see things happening in Genesis that don't make any sense. Like when Abraham was giving a tithe to Melchizedek. Why would he be doing that? There is no priesthood, as far as we know. But if you had the breath of life breathed into you, and you then had the knowledge of how to serve God according to the priesthood of Melchizedek, you might just give a tithe to the actual king of Salem, which would be Melchizedek at that time. Now you see how Abraham was able to serve God, and God said, walk before me and be ye perfect. Perfect according to what? He was never given a rule set. A was by his father and his father and his father's father, who knew about serving God according to the priesthood of Melchizedek. See, starting to get it, man.
I never put those together.
Yeah. Once you put it together, man, you can't see it any other way, man. Unless you bug out. I mean, shit. I'm sorry, Sodom and Gomorrah. Yep. Because there are universal laws that were applied to Adam and Eve. And after the flood, who was left? The descendants of Adam and Eve. So if there was a law saying that you're not supposed to commit murder or murder animals senselessly, then guess what? No one can murder, because we're all descendants who are under that law. We've all been given that requirement by the Most High God, right? But it's going to be Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. For she is the breath of the power of God. What? So wisdom, although called feminine, is the breath of the power of God. What did God do to Adam? He breathed into him the breath of God. So this is literally all that happened. That was Wisdom of Solomon 7 and 24. And we're going to read, actually you can read all the way to the end, so just say 7 and 24, right? But this is verse 25. For she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Therefore can no undefiled thing fall into her. Now, what happened after they sinned in the garden? They got kicked out, right? I'm going to read this last part again. It's going to make more sense. For she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Therefore can no undefiled thing fall into her. So when they sinned, they became defiled. Well, how can they stay in the garden if they're only in the garden and in charge of it by way of the breath of the power of God?
I always wondered about it. So, like, I know so he said, because I asked him, like all the time, what do you think the sin was? Like, with Adam, like, the whole apple thing, because I don't know, like, I know it's not like a real apple.
Correct.
But I want to know, like, was it, like, falling into, like, sexual things, or, like, falling in the hands of another? I don't know.
So when you look at the metaphors that are used, like the serpent being cursed to crawl on his belly, and he would have enmity with the woman. She would bruise his head, and the serpent would strike her heel. And this is talking about the seed of the woman, the children that would come forth from her.
Yeah.
Well, last time you checked, when's the last time we've had to just step on snakes and get away from me and all this other shit? We don't have enmity with a snake.
Yeah.
Who do you have enmity with? We got a white man.
Okay.
Because remember, I told you, all the spirits were already created.
Yeah.
So that serpent, a serpentile person, have you ever been around somebody who's like they're almost like a snake in how they behave?
Yeah.
Like a car salesman.
Yeah.
That's what the serpent
Yeah,
alludes
definitely.
to. A serpentile person.
Oh, okay.
And can you imagine your sister or your wife, right? Your wife has a friend that you hate. And that friend is always telling her bad shit to do. Shit that you like, yo, baby, why you listen to this nigga?
Yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's what Eve had. She had a serpentile friend going, hey, you know that tree of life? Yeah, you can eat from that. As a matter of fact, I'm a student of that school of doctrine. Because the fruit wasn't actual physical fruit.
Yeah,
It was
for sure.
doctrine. It was a religion.
Oh, okay.
Other nations and doctrines.
Okay.
Because how do you know a person? By what they do, right? And what is that called metaphorically in the Bible? A tree shall be known by what? By its fruit. So I will know you by the fruit you produce, or the things that you do. And she started to replicate the things of the other nations. That's why when God came in, when the Most High God sought them out and said, hey, where y'all at? And then they knew that they were naked. What was the first question that God said to them? Who told you that? Because you couldn't have learned it on your own, because I didn't put that in you. I just breathed into you the breath of life. Where'd you get this defiled thing? Why do you know you're naked? And what does it mean to be naked? Well, what does it mean to be clothed? So you got to start asking these questions, man. So we're going to go to 2nd Ezra 2. See, you're going to get an idea of what it means to be clothed. Because what does it say when we keep the laws of God? Those are our righteous garments. Don't we say our righteousness is as filthy rags? So our best efforts to keep God's laws are as filthy rags. But at least you're covered. Now imagine somebody who ain't keeping none of the laws. What does that mean for them? They bucket naked. Like Dollar Bill from Players Club. They bucket naked. That's what it means. So that's what it meant with Adam and Eve. They were naked. They had taken on a new doctrine. And what did they do? They sowed fig leaves. That's what our people do today in the church when they worship Jesus Christ. Yeah, they say, well, I don't eat pork, or they'll go, well, I eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, but I don't commit adultery. But if you ask them what marriage is, they don't even know what marriage is according to the Bible. So they're sowing fig leaves. They're trying to sow a semblance of clothes, but it's not quite doing the job. See what I'm saying?
You said second Ezra what?
It's gonna be 2, and it's gonna, I believe it's like 40. Yeah, it's like on the latter end. Right. There it is.
This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 2 and verse 42.
Bring it out.
And I, Ezra, saw upon the Mount Zion a great people, whom I could not number, and they all praised the Lord. And they all praised the Lord with songs. And in the midst of them, there was a young man of high stature, taller than the rest. And upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly.
Now, who do you think that one that's taller than the rest is? He's standing in the middle of all these multitudes of people. Yeah, shout. Now, you're going to see what's going to happen if we're found worthy, right? This is something that you normally don't learn until you've grown in the truth much later. But the fact that you hear makes you eligible to learn, right?
Verse 43. And in the midst of them, there was a young man of high stature, taller than all the rest. And upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly. So I asked the angel and said, Sir, what are these? And he answered and said unto me, These be they that have put off the mortal clothing, and put on the immortal, and have confessed the name of God. Now are they crowned, and receive palms.
So they put off the mortal, and they put on the immortal, the righteous garments.
That's right.
Now, this could be talking about the vessels being put into the perfect vessels, but we do know that these righteous garments are those. As a matter of fact, there's a damn precept that mentions righteous garments. But we know that these brothers are clothed in the righteousness that you can only participate in by keeping the laws of God. Right?
Oh, my God.
There you go. And for those of y'all who don't think armor is clothing, it is. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
Do you?
Do you?
Sure.
We going to church. We going to church.
No, I'm not going to just talk to you about the Bible. I'm going to talk to you about history. I can show you proof, brother, that you were the one who was the ruler in Germany. You ever heard of the Coburg heraldry?
No.
No. Come learn. I got you. I don't bite nobody. I don't fight nobody.
You got a place to be.
You got 2 minutes? Just 2?
Time to
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So, brother, I see you have a cross on your neck. Do you believe in the Bible? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, I have a sign here. Do you see yourself on this sign? Right here. Your father and you. Top. Your sister, you see yourself on this sign? Junior. Right? Are you Mexican by chance? You down with the Bible. It's a cult. So the Bible, God's chosen people in the Bible are the Israelites. Of the Israelites, you have 12 different houses. Each house has a different proficiency, but we're all one people, right? When you look at blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we have all gone into captivity to the same enemy, the so-called European white people, correct? Have you ever wondered how he was able to take down blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians all at the same time? You should, because the Bible tells you how he did it. We didn't keep God's law, so he sent him literally to put us in slavery. And he did that all at the same time. The reason why when you eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, you get heartburn, you get high blood pressure, you're breaking God's laws. Those are afflictions that he puts on you for doing this. Right? But either way, don't eat any of it. So as far as y'all know, they call you an African American, they call you a Mexican. Right? Or a Mexicano, right? But who called you? But who called you Mexican first? The Spanish. Who called you black first? The so-called white man. But aren't Spanish people and white people the same people?
Yeah, they are. So I have a question. Why didn't they call you by your name out of the Bible? Can I read two things for you real quick? Just two. What's your name, brother? Corinne. Corinne? Okay. I'm Haya Ed. Nice to meet you. And sister. Y'all real soft spoken. Corinne. Well, nice to meet y'all, all right? But this is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. This is the curse that I was talking about, right? Because we were going to be known by another name. This is verse 37. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee. If you're called a byword, or basically if you're called something that's not your real name, yeah, like being called a nigger. What does nigger mean by the way? No, it means black. Yeah. Did you know the original saints in the Bible were called niggers in Acts 13 and 1? So the original saints of God are so-called black people. Now, don't think that leaves you out, because guess what the white man called blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, and Seminole Indians all at the same time? Called us all niggers. They call our native brothers prairie niggers. That's the reason why they call us all of these bywords, because we have been made a joke to all the nations. But when you think of who the fastest, the strongest, and the most resilient are, who do you think of? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. But if you go over to Japan, what do they think of black people in Japan? Not very highly. If you ain't rapping or fighting, they don't think very highly of you. How about Mexicans? Same. But guess what they're copying over in Japan? Hood culture and cholo culture. Lowriders, open button-ups and everything. You know why? Because we set the trends on the whole earth of what's cool and what's acceptable. I say all this to say this. The whole reason for our existence is to keep God's commandments. That don't mean you can't have fun, but just become familiar with what's in this Bible, okay? I'm here every Saturday from about 5:30 to 10, letting blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know who they are. Can I get, 10 at night. Are y'all gonna come back through this way?
Probably, we're just walking around right now, so probably.
Okay, well, brother, if you come back through this way, man, I'd be honored to talk to you. You got a big handshake. I like that.
Yeah, we'll probably be back next Saturday.
Okay, I'll be here, man. If you see me, man, come see me.
What's your name again?
Haya L.
I know.
Haya L. Alright. How old are y'all? 25? 19? Young, man. Come get this knowledge while y'all brain working good. I'm 39. Shit, you gonna get old before you know it. Right? But as y'all leave, I'm gonna read this one thing to you, because our people don't hear it enough. Brother, you special. Right? Think about it. You've been in slavery, your people as well, for the last 500 years. How the hell we still here? Miracle, yeah. But it goes beyond that. God built you better than everyone else. And you know that. Because when you look at boxing, don't you expect to see a black or Hispanic? How about basketball? Yeah. Canelo Alvarez, all them people. You know what I'm saying? This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. That's why you're better at thinking, you're better at speaking, you're more charismatic, you're more resilient, you work harder. Hell, for you, working hard is in your blood. Issachar literally means he who is hired. You ever wonder how y'all can work a 14-hour shift, go party for 8 hours, and then go back to work the next day, hungover, and not miss a damn beat? God put that in you. Have you ever wondered why your hands, everything you do it better than everybody else? That's a blessing that Judah has. The works of our hands are blessed. Why you think the white man wanted you to build his nation? Now you start to put it together. And when you put a little bit more of it together, come see me. I'll have more answers for you, okay? All right, y'all. Be safe. You too, you too. Right? See, you gotta let our people know, man. You gotta be straight up with them. There's a reason why the white man wants you as his servant. As much as he say go back to Africa, he showed the folk the fuck won't let you go. You try to get that plane ticket, he'd be like, oh, hold on a second thought. I'm gonna go ahead and revoke that visa so you can't leave. Marcus Garvey actually had a boat ready to take the first shipment of our people back to Africa. You know who stopped it? The U.S. Coast Guard. They said, get y'all black asses back to work.
Pharaoh.
Yeah, that's Pharaoh all over again, man.
What does it say about the Israelites? All that took them captives, held them fast, and refused to let them go. So no matter how much they say they hate you, guess what they ain't gonna do? Send your ass home. Right? But either way, damn, we got more people. Okay, we're gonna filibuster for a little bit, then we're gonna get back to the lesson. Right? But you see what's going on in the Bible is the story or the account of creation that you receive as a smaller person or a young child. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're starting to see that account was just completely wrong. It was completely wrong. They didn't know who created anything. They didn't know what the fall in the garden was. They don't know any of it.
I always found it weird though, like how they say like, oh, you can do it all wrong, all you gotta do is look at God, wash it. I'm just like, you can't do that. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Y'all got time for the Bible? A couple minutes? Can you at least look on this sign and see who you are? Because these are the Israelites in the Bible, God's chosen. Are y'all American Negroes? American so-called black people? Y'all come from the tribe of Judah, the same tribe that Christ came out of. He was described as having hair like wool and skin like burned brass. That's just like you and your wife and your father. Y'all are a beautiful family. Just know y'all chosen. Well, y'all have an uncanny resemblance. Am I right, though? All praises. Y'all be blessed, all right? See, hey, me and my dad the same way, though. And you and your, as a matter of fact, we're going to get that in Ciroc.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you're supposed to look like your dad.
Everybody says that, but I don't think
Now, you saw me just turn. I didn't turn no pages. It just went straight to it. I told you. And so when you start preaching, I'm going to tell you, when you need certain things, the Bible will move all on its own. No, I'm not even bullshit. This book will turn on its own, and you will be holding stuff. You're like, damn, where did I turn it at? But you'll look and be like, oh, I need it. Sometimes God is like, yo, you fumbling and shit. Let me help you.
Yeah.
And he got to move you out the way. That's why I just say I'm a messenger, man. I ain't doing nothing. This is all of God's power. Because he, as much as he gave to me, he could just take it. Because you right here, now you can set up in my spot. You don't need me no more. All you need is the Spirit of the Most High God to breathe life into you, knowledge into you. Before you know it, you outshining me. Outshining other brothers who've been in the truth 20, 30 years. I'm not saying to try to outshine your teachers, but at the same time, though, the sky is the limit. And the person who decides your limit is the Most High, right? But this is Sirach 30:1. He that loveth his son causeth him often to feel the rod, that he may have joy of him in the end. He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintance. He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him. Though his father die, yet he is as though he were not dead, for he hath left one behind him that is like himself. That's why you look like your father. That's why I look like my dad. You act just like your dad too.
Exactly.
That's what my mom say about me. That's what your mama say about you. You act just like your damn dad. And I know that your parents use the same exact words when they mad. You act like your damn dad. But the thing is, as you get older, you realize, like, damn, I can't be anything different. Yeah. Well, I mean, but you realize I don't have the ability to be anything else. Because it's hard-coded into me to be like my father. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, exactly. And that's a good point. That's why Yahushua told Philip, if you see me, you've seen the Father. Because see, once upon a time, it wasn't a secret that a child is like his father. It wasn't a secret. See, that's a new thing in here, where people say, like, oh, they're kind of like their mom, though. That's only here in Babylon. Everywhere around the earth, that's why they're really against you usually having children with their daughters. They don't care how Chinese or Indian the kid looks. They know that you are the father, and that child has the spirit of their father, the abilities of their father. That's why the Bible talks about giants being on the earth. Have you heard that before in Genesis 6? Who are those giants? We can touch on all that. Yeah. Because you got to remember, the spirits of the Israelites already existed. So those spirits had to be somebody. Yeah. He's the giant. He was taller than the rest. Yeah. So you literally got a depiction of a man being a literal giant. And you got to think, at that point, we're in our glorified bodies. So you talking about men and women being 10, 12 feet tall. And you got a brother standing over them, he like 30 feet tall, putting crowns on their heads. See, when we're in our glorified state, man, these nations ain't gonna be able to fuck with us no more.
Yeah.
They can't fuck with you now. That's why they come up with 10 guns and assault rifle and a damn
Yeah.
stun gun and pepper spray. Yeah, the nigga got all that shit on one gun. Like a damn, like a mod, you know, like modded gun or some shit.
Playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, man got perks and shit. You know what I'm saying? But that's why they do that. Because they know on the off chance that the Most High God put his spirit on you, they can't handle you, man. I showed you that video fighting 3 Edomites. And I closed my eyes during that fight. I'm not a big brother. But after that, they was scared as fuck. 'Cause they was like, yo, nah, leave that nigga alone.
That's some type of thing. You ain't got
Yeah,
it.
leave that nigga alone. Have you seen that video of that brother knocking out 7 Edomites in like 30 seconds? I'm gonna have to show y'all that, man. That nigga, man.
The one at the pool?
Yeah, the one at the
Oh,
pool.
yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, I seen that one. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
They were trying to jump him and everything.
Yeah.
They learned their lesson. They got up and walked away.
Look, but see, here's the thing. Imagine if Edomites walking by a camp and I read Deuteronomy 7 and 6. Now they know what it means, that we are above all people. Because now they've had an encounter with Jake that they'll never forget. And you see it on their face every time you amaze these other nations. They realize, like, damn, I can't do that. I could train my whole life and not be able to do that. And that's when we realize, damn, I am better than you. It took me a while to realize it. I think I was in my mid-20s when I finally started going, damn, I'm better than these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But eventually you had that come to Jesus moment where you're like, man, they can't fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just realize, like, damn, like, these Edomites cannot mess with me. The Chinese man, the Japanese man, the Hamite. I went into a Jamaican restaurant. Yeah, Ishmael, right? I went into a Jamaican joint, and there was a damn South African. He was asking me how long I had been growing my hair. It was only a year. You know, about a year, you got maybe about 4 or 5 inches of hair.
Yeah.
But the thing we don't know more times than not is that Africans or Hamites, their hair doesn't grow long, and it's coarse. So to him, that was a great marvel.
Yeah.
And that's just simply growing hair. You see? I'm sorry?
You already see them like they afro.
Yeah, because they can't grow.
And if they do, that's Jake.
Yeah, it's Jake, more times than not. That's how you know it's our people. Hair like lamb's wool. See, there's a reason why that distinction keeps being made. The father has hair like unto the pure wool. His son has hair like lamb's wool. There's a reason why you keep seeing that depiction being made. Because what other people on the planet do you know of that has hair like lamb's wool? No one.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're dealing with Jake, right?
Put the lamb right there, they hair go back.
Yeah.
Quick.
Bro. Quick.
Quick. That's why there's a whole industry surrounding it. And there's just a big industry surrounding you and your hair. They just get it out the trash. Because all of us, we throw our hair away not knowing that the most precious substance on the face of the planet is in it, melanin. And they extract it from your hair. And they put it in everything from telescopes to solar panels to anything that needs to be tinted, dealing with light. Or energy absorption. Because melanin deals with about 99.9% of all energy. And that's why around the DNA of every cell, you have something called a nuclear envelope. And it's basically just it's a membrane that's melanin. And it protects your melanin from literal light and all forms of radiation. Why you think you don't get sunburned?
That's what I was just gonna say.
Or have you ever seen a black person with radiation sickness? Oh, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? All right, thou says. Right? Right? Yeah. Now it goes further than that. All your organs have melanin in them. Especially your brain. You have something called neuromelanin. Right? And that helps facilitate nervous transmission. So melanin actually helps your nerves communicate faster. Why you think you got rhythm? Why you think you got twitch reactions that are faster than the heat? Why you think when I was reading I caught that sign that fell and I didn't have to look at it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing, that's called kinesthetic awareness. And that's facilitated by all the extra senses around your body, like touch. And basically EMF. You have a field of energy around your body. That's why your whole body is alive. That's why things happen when there's like chaotic situations that you can't quite explain. You have things like time dilation that happens. People literally say they saw somebody aim a gun, pull the trigger, and they see the round come out. That's called time dilation. That happens in real life.
But the thing is, you might not be able to move fast enough because what's the purpose of seeing it if you can't react to it?
Yeah.
But if you're an Israelite, you can react to it. I'm not saying learn to do it,
Yeah.
but you can. And there's a brother who does that. He has a whole YouTube channel of him cutting bullets out of guns.
That shit's crazy.
And he does it repetitiously. A brother literally draws a sword and he shoots bullets or BBs and shit out of the air.
He be slicing up.
Yeah. And there's a Japanese brother I saw. He was doing that with arrows. But here's the thing, our people are in Japan. We were the ninja and the samurai. Now you see why everybody takes us captive, but they won't let us go? Because say you're a feudal lord and you see a Jake doing that. Somebody shot an arrow at him and you snatched it out the air. Who gonna be your personal bodyguard from then on out? That motherfucker right there.
That's why the scriptures talk about not like diminishing the seed, huh?
That's right. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get that. It's in total. You right. We gonna get that.
Video games and slices.
Yeah,
Yeah.
doing all that. I'm telling you.
That's what some of it.
It correlates to a lot of things.
Real Jedi.
Yeah, it does.
A lot of stuff.
This is Tobit 4:12.
Bring it
Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers, and take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe. For we are the children of the prophets, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred, and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land. Now therefore, my son, love thy brethren, and despise not in thy heart thy brethren, the sons and daughters of thy people, and not taking a wife of them. For in pride is destruction, and much trouble, and in lewdness is decay, and great want, for lewdness is the mother of famine. Where is it where it says, seed, yeah, what's that? Yeah, let me, man. Is it?
Better at remembering what chapter.
Yeah.
Genesis.
I think it's stock. Seed of thy stock.
What scripture you talking about?
I forget it, but I'm gonna find it though. But we'll get that for the sake of time. Because we're not even, we barely scratched the surface of the list. So yeah, we'll probably have a chapter 2 too when we come back. Yeah, that works. This is Sirach, chapter 26 and 19. My son, keep the flower of thine age sound, and give not thy strength to strangers. When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field, sow it with thine own seed, trusting in the goodness of thy stock. So thy race, which thou leavest, shall be magnified, having the confidence of their good descent. So you're supposed to sow your seed in the wombs of your own sister, right? Not your literal sister, you know what I mean, but the women of your nation, right? But the reason why you're supposed to do that is not for your sake, it's for your children's sake.
My dad fucked me up, man. I be getting sunburned.
Yeah. Shit happens, man. Certain Jakes be having psychological issues because you gotta think Esau be having all types of uncleanness.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where you have to remind our people like, yo, yes, you can choose. You're more than welcome to choose. But no, your children will pay the price. Right? I'm gonna ask the sister when we gonna get back to it. How much time y'all got out here tonight? Okay. Okay. So hey sister, you got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes? Hey man, it's cool. Shit. Don't nobody want our number. We just trying to read the Bible. But let a white man come and knock you upside the head. Brothers, where you at? Come save me. See, it's the pride of our women, man. But see, they don't realize, man, Jacob's trouble right up the road. Walking around here thinking that you too high and mighty to talk to somebody, that shit gonna disappear real quick. What is it, Isaiah 4 talking about 7 women taking hold of one man? They saying we'll provide our own shit. We'll bake our own bread and supply our own clothes. Just give us your name to take away our reproach. So people will think I'm with you. Because you got to think, if you a man of the Lord in them days, you going to be a man who well-fed, who well-preserved. You going to look the part of God's elect. And women going to be like, man, come on now. Don't leave me now. And at that point, you going to be like, whoop. Get on now. Keep bitch aside, man. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to slide over to Psalms 90 and 4. We got a long ass thing. But there was a few things that we needed to fill in the gaps. That ain't bad. Where Eric at, man? Okay. Hope he's safe, man, because there's a lot of storms going on down there. Yeah, a lot of them.
Houston just got hit with one too.
Yeah. Houston got hit by like 100-mile-an-hour winds, some crazy shit.
Is it Psalm 90?
Yeah, we're gonna go to Psalms 90 and 4.
Eric, this is what I meant last week.
Oh, shit, that's 110, man. I can't count. I can tell he Judah because he got the same weakness that all Judites got, and that's hope. That's why Judah ended up being basically his own step-grandfather and child's step-grandfather. Yeah.
So Levi don't got that problem.
No. Y'all got anger problems. You and Simeon, yeah, y'all got anger issues, man. Y'all killed a whole city by yourselves. Yeah. So, but this is Psalms 90 and 4. For 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch in the night. So this is another instance where you see that a day to the Most High God is 1,000 years. And you got to see in Genesis 1 and 2 that on the 5th day, all the creeping things upon the earth were created. That was a 1,000-year period. And then in the 7th day, which is the 1,000 years of rest, right? That one day that's dedicated to literal like ceasing of work. But you see God so-called working. You see, like, that's why people never actually break that down. If God ceased from his work, then why is the Most High God selecting a man in that work? That is a form of work. But rest is not needed for the Most High God. That's how you know that the rest was for the angels in Yahushua. And God was like, okay, out of everybody, you. He breathed into him the breath of life.
That's why it's the
That's right.
Why
Yahweh. Or Yahweh. Or Yahuwah.
Instead of saying
Yahya, or whatever they call it.
Oh, okay.
Could that just be him?
Well, I mean, but it's still a form of work, though. Yeah, it's still a form of work. But here's the thing, though. Those laws were made according to the priesthood of Melchizedek. The Most High God ain't under the laws of the priesthood of Melchizedek. He's the one who set the order. You know what I'm saying? The Most High God is literally the living embodiment of do as I say, not as I do. Because my ways are not your ways, and my thoughts are not your thoughts. I can't do what God can do, but he can easily replicate what I do. He can make another one of me with just thought. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a two-way street. That's why a lot of times these heathen, they're like, what loving God would do this? Doesn't that make God a hypocrite? But that's where you got to check yourself not to think like them. Because you know who your God is, and you know he's far beyond what you can do. So you don't hold him to the standard that you live by, because he sets the standard for all, right? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to roll over. Yeah, we got Colossians. We're going to get 1 Corinthians 15 and 21 through 23, right? Because I also want to establish, remember I said that Yahushua is Adam? We're going to prove that right now. And this is all the very beginning. We ain't even got into, Seth, the son of Adam, Cain, the other son of Adam, who killed, Cain and Abel, right? And then Cain killing Abel, and then Seth coming about as a replacement for Abel. And him, continuing the chosen line, right? Because that's all the beginning.
So Cain is like the Ishmael line?
No. Cain is literally the forefather to a very particular person that you know very well. We're gonna get to it. I'm not gonna spoil it. That's why I'm being, cryptic about it. But let me get to it real quick.
gonna skip to 45.
This is 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 21. For since by man came death, by man came also the resurrection of the dead.
So which man sinned and brought death into the world?
Oh, Adam.
Adam, right? So by Adam we all died. The fall in the garden, right? But it also says, even so, in Christ shall we all be made alive. Well, why would Paul juxtapose the fall of Adam with the quickening or the livening, right, making us alive through Christ? Why would he put those things together? Okay, cool. We're going to keep going. Right? I'm going to reread it.
This is 1 Corinthians 15 and 22. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive. But every man in his own order. Yahushai, the first fruits. Afterward they that are Yahushai's at his coming.
So that's literally telling you the order by which we're going to be preserved and reserved, right? Yahushua is already in his glorified body when he was risen, right? And taken up in a whirlwind or in a chariot. Now, what did I read earlier? Who was going to become basically chosen and saved first? The 144,000. That's what that's talking about, the first fruits. And then the 1/3 that's going to be saved right along with them after. You know what I'm saying? And then in the kingdom, after that 1,000 years, everybody else will be born into the kingdom. They'll be the shamefaced, right? Those who are walking around going, damn, I wish I could have made it the first time around, right? But everybody's going to be saved. But either way.
Verse 45. And so it is written, the first man Adam was made a living soul.
How was Adam made a living soul? The breath of the power of God, right? Cool.
And the last Adam was made a quickening spirit.
Well, how was the last Adam made a quickening spirit? To quicken means to bring to life. When did Adam do that? He didn't do that.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about Adam. We're talking Yahushua. Because that's who brings us to life, right?
Yeah.
So Adam is literally Yahushua.
And I'm going to throw this at the camera. I've been wanting to bring this out for so long, and I finally get an opportunity. Luke 3 and 38, I believe.
Might be 36, but it's in Luke 3.
They tell you
That Christ is Adam in the book of Luke, at the very beginning of the book. Most people don't pick up on it, just like I didn't pick up on it, because you're too busy trying to read through the book instead of understanding what it says. You gotta take your time, man. That's one of the things that really made me stop and start to consider what it says. Because I would read a whole chapter and I could only recall like maybe 10 or 20 words out of a whole chapter. That's very little information in relation to the Bible. Right? I was hoping that brother would have stopped. But let's get real quick. So we're gonna read Luke 3 and 38 real quick.
Bring it out.
This is Luke 3 and 38. Which was the son of Enos? Which was the son of Seth? Which was the son of Adam? Which was the son of God?
Yahushua is the son of God. And it called Adam the son of God. Now, I have a question. Once again, how come your preacher don't tell you that? Because he don't know. He read that and went, Adam is the son of God. Well, that ain't got nothing to do with bringing out the collection plates. Let's get that shit rolling. Or letting the gay choir director do another number. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with all that, so he skipped right over that. But see, once you start to slow down and understand what's being written, there's all sorts of things being covered that you have to know about. You have to know about regeneration to really get that. But if you don't know about regeneration, this goes right over your head, because you would be thinking, how the hell is Adam the son of God when I know the only begotten of the Father is Christ? You'll never put them together. That's why Philip, when he was going by that Ethiopian eunuch who was by his chariot reading the scroll of Isaiah, and Philip drew near to him and said, knowest thou what thou readest? He said, how could I except some man teach you? So how you going to figure this out without a teacher? You won't. But see, now that you know, what can you do? You can teach others also. And what did Christ tell his disciples? Go and teach others also. All the things I taught you, go lace them up with it. That's why I'm taking my time to teach everybody that I have an opportunity to teach.
Didn't you homies see anybody about to take a bite from over here?
I'm sorry?
Didn't
No.
you guys see anybody take a bite from this parking lot?
It was this part. I seen a bike go that way, but I don't know.
Is it red, white, blue?
I just remember it was loud.
Yeah.
Remember it went.
Yeah, it was real loud. And it went down.
How many many hours ago?
Probably maybe about an hour on the dot.
That was my soul.
Damn, Elder.
Huh?
I said, damn.
I remember it was like something last, but I remember
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
no cameras in there.
There's cameras everywhere. I called the cops already.
Okay.
If I would have caught him though, I would have fucking took his life though. Believe that shit.
I
Believe
got
that
you,
shit.
I got you. Damn.
We didn't get far because it got Colorado plates on it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
From Colorado.
Oh, okay.
Y'all, I know y'all think y'all shoot people in Texas, but Colorado we fuck shit up too.
Hey, you be safe out there, brother.
Yeah. Keep busy. I meant that, like, thievery is going up around here, man.
I remember it was so loud. You were telling me something I couldn't even hear. It went that way.
He's probably trying to get out the air.
Yeah.
He's probably trying to run. But, alright, let's do it. So we can get to the stop.
Oh.
Yeah? Well, no, but here's the thing. I'm not sure who it was.
Yeah, it's definitely.
I hope it wasn't Jake, because, you know, we always stealing from each other.
Open what I Open. So you call him? Why do you call him Jake? Not call him Jake?
Because it's just, you know, a term like,
Okay.
you know, like come from Jacob.
What's the name?
Yeah. And plus, if I call them Israel, what they gonna think of?
Oh, they gonna think about it.
Yeah, they gonna think about some white folks. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we just, you know, disguise it as Jake. Those who know catch on. Those who don't, they
You
just
were saying
let
to
it
me the whole time when I was like, I don't really know, but I started figuring it out.
Like you would come.
Yeah. You had to say, okay, yeah, no.
You see how you did, bro. They be trying to call me Esau, bro. Like I gotta be.
Damn, that's
Okay.
funny. All right, let's
That's
get
what
it.
I'm saying, bro. Like that shit ain't cool, bro.
So we see here that Adam is obviously Yahushua. We've got two witnesses to establish that, right? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start talking about Adam and Cain, right? As a matter of fact, I think we covered all of that. Yeah, we did. And
Talk about it.
all right, cool. We're gonna talk about the fall.
Like, you see that in all these places. What's their first reaction?
That's why niggas get down on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just, you're talking about aliens and stuff like that. But you're looking at everything.
Now I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench and all that. What about ghosts?
Serious.
Yeah. Who do you think they are? Angels. They left-hand angels. So how about this? Say you an Edomite and you inherited a house that's built on top of an Indian burial ground.
Yeah.
God's chosen children are dead under your house, and you seeing shadows and shit in your house.
Yeah.
You seeing around the corner. You seeing like faces of burnt children. These are what white people literally report seeing in their houses, out of their periphery. They're seeing maimed children in slave garments.
And you know that's crazy because you don't never hear about niggas seeing.
That's right.
ghosts.
Unless they move in with Esau.
Yeah.
That's the only time I've ever heard it. A black woman was moving in with a white man and she started seeing the same shit he was seeing. Because you ain't supposed to be around him.
Yeah, bro.
That's why it says in Isaiah 13, it says, actually, you know what, fuck it, I'll get it. We can, but you gotta remember
You
though.
know, I'm Asian, so like, they be saying all types of things over there. They're not little, like, property. Like,
But, yeah, I'm about to say, y'all see niggas y'all doing all that damn
Yeah.
voodoo and voodoo and all the other shit, man.
they're not little.
You getting exactly what you deserve, shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this is Isaiah, chapter 13 and verse 14. You know, I'll just read it. And it shall be as a chaste roe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. Then shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. So just because you an Israelite, don't mean you exempt if you join yourself unto the heathen. You gonna get the same punishment they get. So if he getting haunted, your ass is gonna get haunted. Because you ain't supposed to be around him. And as a matter of fact, that's what the Most High God is doing it to you for, to get you away from them.
Exactly.
Because normally what starts happening is you start hanging out with somebody you ain't supposed to be around, then you know the shit start happening.
That shit start happy.
Or you start getting in trouble all the time. You get in friction with certain people that normally don't give a damn about you. Now all of a sudden they got a problem with you. That's the Most High God turning people's attention to you, to direct you away from a certain thing. I remember I was trying to go to work, or I got off work, I was trying to go to Quiznos and get me a bacon caponera chicken sandwich. I remember it, because as soon as I pulled out of my apartment complex, I got pulled over and I got a ticket. It was the most expensive sandwich I've ever had in my life. It was a $200 sandwich, all because I wanted to get some bacon that day.
Makes me think about the
My
accent.
cousin was just telling me about profaned the Shabbat one night. What did he do? He was like working or something. He DoorDashed on the Shabbat. And the next day his car broke down.
Yep.
What about me? Like I like my hormones like with a like a sister, and I was bringing her back home. This happened like 2-3 days ago, and I told her my car. Like, I
Damn.
was bringing her to her house. And
This is after you talked to me here?
this was like right after.
You see?
Yeah.
See?
I knew. I was like
To the
man,
camera.
it's
I keep
bad,
telling people,
dude,
man,
it's bad.
if the Most High God has his hand on you to repent and you insist on doing the wrong thing,
Yeah.
he will turn this whole motherfucking world
It was
upside
bad.
down.
Everybody walked away safe, sound, but it's crashed the whole hard.
Totally. Yeah,
It's
that's good.
I was like, yeah, I should never.
Hey, Lord, you got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes?
What in particular?
Okay. I'm just out here to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that we are the Israelites in the Bible. Right? And well, kind of. Because not only were we the natives, because they're on this side too, right? But we were the ones ruling in Europe. We were the ones ruling over the west coast of Africa and the northern areas of Africa, like Mali. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are the kings of the earth.
Because the Moors, Africans have civilized Europe quite good, right?
Oh, yeah.
When the Moors, when the Moors came in the Dark Age.
But that's when we were ruling.
When the Moors, right, us. But before that, it was the Dark Age.
No, I'm talking about in the Dark Ages, the Byzantine Empire. That was us. I have a picture for you. This is at the end of the Byzantine Empire. That's King James. That's a black man. As a matter of fact, that's his grandson right there, King Charles II, nicknamed Black Boy. Yeah.
I'm not really too fond of King James because maybe they rewrote the history. Because whoever wins, rewrite the history. And it's a lot of stuff that was erased, rewritten, and all that type of stuff. And as far as Europe, I know we also like how you say, the Empire. I didn't know about that.
That was the fall of the Roman Empire in about, 360 AD? All the way up until about shit. We ruled really until the 1600s, but we started to fall from power around the 1400s. Okay. But one of the things that I'm out here to let blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know is the reason why we're not ruling in this land, the land that we built up with our blood, sweat, and tears, is because we're under curses. Because, brother, I know you look like a very capable brother. All of us are capable here. We all have to ask ourselves this question. How is it that the man who rules over us today can't even go out in the sun without sunscreen?
Well, I'm saying, you say curses.
Hmm?
I believe not so much as curses. People of color, we're spiritual people.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? We're not wicked by nature. Whereas the enemy is very wicked and will do anything, sell anything from his daughter all the way up to himself. You know what I'm saying? Sell their soul for anything. And see, that's the difference between us and the so-called rulers. You know what I'm saying?
What you're saying is actually spiritual, brother. I'm sure.
Yeah, we've always been spiritual people. You know what I'm saying? We're more love to the kind of where the enemy would come in and break all the pillars. You know what I'm saying? And all this is about too. Right? They change. Black people.
Yeah.
He published a video. He made it public.
Yeah, the Russian icons.
No,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? They had in Russia, Vatican, you know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Black Christ and Black Mary. Yeah. Did you know the white man didn't so much as change the Bible as he released something called a slave Bible, where he took out about 80% of the Bible So, like, most of the things that you would read from his
Got some of that.
perspective
Right.
are what the Christian church covers today.
Right.
And they leave everything else out.
Right.
Because did you know they called us niggers in the Bible? It's in the Bible. Yeah, I'm going to read it to you right now. I'm going to read you this real quick, right? This is Romans 10:1. Actually, no, we'll start. Brethren, my heart's desire and prayer to God for Israel is that they might be saved. For I bear them record that they have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. Everything you've said to me so far bears record with this book.
I mean, I thought you know something about this.
Hey, I am. I'm gonna give that to you. You know what I'm saying?
That definitely taught me to be all the books and they rewrote the history. So, you know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff is not really hasn't seen. But then what you're reading is when scientists go back to the stuff, the places where they should be. And it's like, they can explain that. You know?
Yeah. Did you know in Israel today it's illegal for them to do a DNA test?
Wow.
And they have the bodies of people like King David. You wonder why they won't do a DNA test on King David or anybody over there? Because it would start looking like you.
Right.
They'd have to point at you and go, hey, we lied about a few things.
And I do believe that we are God's people.
We are. Well, let me prove it. This is Acts 13:1.
Yeah.
Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called nigger. And I'm gonna show it to you. They spell it with one G. But
There's a country that,
that country came hundreds of years later.
Okay.
Niger. Now I'm gonna show you. Yeah, I'm gonna show you because you seem like a man who's very thorough. So I want to satisfy the burden of proof, right? So we're going to go into something called a lexicon that's going to show me the Greek word, right? So here's that book. Yeah, it's going to go into the Greek. So you've got nigger here. So, and then we're going to have to see how it sounds.
you know how the word, how the country Nigeria was given that name?
I would wager because the niggers actually were in that land, which is us.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We came to West Coast. West Africa.
Yeah, NLT. I was doing it. Yeah, you got it. No, you good.
In the NLT.
Okay, so they changed it up. Yeah, they changed it because of.
Now, I want to show you. It literally means black.
Right.
Yeah, just make sure you got it.
Right. That's because it's black nation. Negro, everything black.
That's right. You got it. Yeah, you got it. Shit.
But who was and what you read? Who was that reference?
And that was referencing us.
And I'm like, where in the world? Like, that's
No, in Israel. Because you got to remember, in Israel, 70 AD is when the Romans crushed our temple. And they drove us out of the land. We scattered into North Africa, West Africa, and we scattered into India and Asia. That's why you have the people over in India today called the Dalits. Right? They're Negroes over in India.
More from the south, and they're about our coast.
Yeah, they're the Bantu descended peoples from Africa, which are our people. Then you have the Berbers, who are the Moors in North Africa, right? Because they only converted to Islam because Muhammad in about the 7th century, mid 7th century, basically led a conquest seeking our people and forcing us to convert to Islam by threat of death. So that's the only reason why we were even the Moors in the first place. Originally, we were the Israelites.
Seth is the other son.
That sounds about right too. So like, okay, well, what's going on today? With somehow breaking World War III, which I believe
Right on.
doing this Cold War type of thing, and the
Generation, yeah.
United States was support.
Oh, okay, so it's not
You know what I'm saying? Kind of support, like support our partner. So that's going on.
the fact that the way you just spun that analogy.
You're talking the Israelis. Yeah, because we ain't over there in the land. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, we the real Israelites. I appreciate y'all listening. All right, y'all have a great day. Y'all special and y'all chosen. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. Gotta let our brothers and sisters know. Not all of them, though. Because you gotta remember, Chinese and Japanese people, they come in brown skin. East Indians come brown skin. yeah, the transatlantic slave trade, Silk Road slave trade, and Sub-Saharan slave trade. I know what you're talking about.
But as far as like the so-called people, how do you include the Arabs? Still make almost
Yeah, but you got to remember though, that they had us in slavery. The Arabs and the East Indians had the Sub-Saharan slave trade, and not to mention, and not to mention the transatlantic slave trade when they were taking us from the west coast of Africa. The Arabs, the Africans, and the Elamites is what we call them, East Indians. They were hunting us down and selling us to the white man. The white man didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh yeah.
We'll stop making cocaine if y'all stop working so much. You know?
Now,
You know what I'm saying?
Now, can I read this to you where it says that they are all together in the Bible to cut us off from being a nation? This is Psalms 83:1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation. That's why we call ourselves these names, instead of who we actually are. For they have consulted together with one consent. Actually, I skipped a little bit. They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate. They're together. Remember, we were just talking about. They came together to kidnap us and sell us into slavery. Right? They are confederate against us, or against thee. The tabernacles of Edom, that's the white man. They're called Edomites in the Bible. And the Ishmaelites, the Arabs. And of Moab, the Moabites are today's Chinese. And the Hagarenes, those are more sons of Hagar. Those are people like the Arabs. Arab means mixed. So you have your actual Ishmaelites, and you have general Arabs, people who are just, Middle Eastern descended peoples that don't really have a definitive tribe, so they just call themselves Ishmaelites one time to now, right? Gabal and Ammon. Gabal is a city in the nation of Edom, so-called white man. So it's more so-called white people, and Ammon are the so-called Japanese. In the Bible, you have two sons from Lot, and it's Ammon and Moab. Lot had them as a result of incest with his daughters. Right? So what's one of the side effects of incest? Down syndrome. And how do people with Down syndrome look, brother? Why you think they look like that? That's where they come from. That's what I'm saying, right? So in Amalek, the people over in Israel today are Edomites. But the chief tribe of Edom is the house of Amalek. So they're Amalekites in that land. You know how we know that? What's a pejorative for a so-called Jewish person?
Tight, big nose?
No, you almost said it.
Taiwan.
No, kite.
Oh, kite.
Kite. What do you think that goes back to? Amalekite. Because you're calling them what they are. And you're revealing the lie that they're claiming to be an Israelite. But we're the real Israelites. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. They're not going to tell you what that actually goes back to. You know why? Because then you would have to question. Why would you call me after the grandson of Esau? When he's not even an Israelite. And I'm supposed to be a so-called Israeli or Israelite. But then, you know they're not the real Jews. Because when the real Jews are in that land, there's supposed to be peace in that land. And they've had nothing but war.
That's why it's called conflict.
Yeah. Yes.
We always, the United States, we always take sides. I didn't think we took sides.
Jerusalem. Oh, with Israel. Yeah. So here's the thing. America plays both sides of every war because that's what the so-called Israeli have always done. During the time of Napoleon, that's when the Rothschilds made most of their money. What they would do is they would have scouts on the war front, and they would get them the fastest horses so that they would get news back to them before anyone else, and then they would move their money around to make money on bets. That's how they amassed all their wealth. They fund both sides of every war, just like they do today. That's why one of the things that's coming out now is how America supplies weapons to their own enemies. But you would wonder, why would you do that?
Well, we supply them, they're like, later on, we'll either before or after. They're not enemies now. Like, well, because like, now they're fighting our friend of the enemy now.
I know what you're saying. Because I know we did that with Saddam Hussein. Because if he had weapons of mass destruction, where'd he get them from?
The only people he could have got them from was America.
Shoot, we was fighting all out. I mean, like everything that we was fighting against was from, because you know when they fought Iran,
Mhm.
Israel and all that stuff, so they don't, we supplied them and shit. Like, I think Russia was supporting Iran. Iraq.
Yeah. And you're talking about the Iran-Contra scandal, when we were running guns and doing all types of things in Iran. You know what I'm saying? So America has always backed both sides of every conflict. But what if I told you the same people who rule over in Israel today are ruling over here in America?
I believe it.
That there's a lot of pictures of all the aristocracy over in America, from Joe Biden, Obama, George Bush, kissing the Wailing Wall. That's a Jewish tradition where you have to go to one of the walls of the broken down temples and you kiss the wall. All of them are literal blood, like Obama can trace his blood back to the so-called Jews. All of our presidents. That's why they're of the house of Amalek. And they have a blood covenant amongst their own brethren. That's why if somebody like, what's his name, Jeffrey Epstein, one of the things that's coming out is how areas like Israel, Australia, or New Zealand, wherever the white man is, if they become like convicted of a sex crime, they can run to one of those nations and hide. They help each other.
It's not only that, you know, I'm doing time right here in Texas, and I know for a fact that they get the lightest punishment and the best parole rates, and they get like some.
Yeah, of course. But here's the thing, brother. This is their kingdom.
Right.
So if you,
And that's what they do.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, oh, you got caught. We just gotta, we just gotta put the time out and, we'll do these verdict. That's what they do.
yeah, I have a question though. So when they're no longer in power and it's your kingdom, how you gonna treat them?
Well,
And not just them, the white man in general. How you gonna treat them?
I basically treat them pretty fair now, unless they start acting in kind of everything that's white privilege. Then they can put it in place. They're like, you're not entitled to deal with us. Try to have fun with us.
Yeah. I'm with that. I'm with
Our
that.
family that are enemies, and now they've been trying to take me down, and now they falling, and I'm not falling, and they trying to beg for help. I'm like, oh, don't run. They tell you what's what happened to you.
Now, can I read something to you why your family is like that? Because my family is the same way, bro. Like I said, we're under curses. Let me show you, right? This is. I'm sorry? Well, I mean, but here's the thing. We're under curses as a nation. So even if you break that generational curse, the family next to you is probably still in it. You know what I'm saying? Like the curse of violence in Chicago. You might be a gangbanger or something like that, and you decide, you know what, this ain't for me. I'm gonna spare my brother's life. I ain't gonna do this no more. That don't mean everybody else can put the guns down. You know what I'm saying? But this is Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall lead. So let me get this straight. There's a group of people that are under curses as a result of not keeping God's laws, and one of those curses is we hate each other, we hate our wives, and we desert our children. Who does that sound like?
You know what? I got a whole different opinion on that.
Okay, let's hear it.
One, we got brainwashing. We came over here and we drank the Kool-Aid, divide and conquer.
Willie Lynch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like as far as us, as people, black men, whatever, white women, Asian women, and Spanish women, they became criminals also.
You're right.
But they didn't abandon their families and their husbands away. We did. So, public housing. Little house that you can't have a man.
Yeah, you're right.
It was all designed to keep us private.
Okay, let me read this. What you saying? You Bible with the Bible. Hold up. This is verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. When our little girls grow up and want an identity of what it means to be a female, who do they learn it from? The white woman. But it says here we would go to our enemies in want of all things. That includes education. So, and when it comes to housing, how am I supposed to provide housing to my woman if my enemy decides if I am employed or not?
Right.
So we're going to our enemies in one of all things. Now let me read the description of this enemy. It's going to go with what you're saying, right? And in one of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. What's the animal for the white man all over the earth? The eagle. That's right. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. When they first came over here, they didn't understand the natives. You know who they brought over here? Men like Luis de Torres, a Moor who spoke Hebrew, and he was our people. Why? How would they know to bring somebody who spoke Hebrew to speak to the people who are already here? That's a good question, right? But the reason why they did that is because they knew that we were the tribes of Israel. They knew that, right? A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. When they put us in them cotton fields, how old did you have to be out there?
I don't know, kind of like you can hold the sack.
Yeah, if you could hold the sack and pick cotton, your ass was out there.
From the beautiful to the beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah, right down there.
But here's what it says: a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed. Which also shall not lead, and he also shall not lead thee corn, wine, or oil, or the increase of thy kind, or flocks of thy sheep, until he has destroyed thee. What you are saying, brother, is in the Bible. Our enemies have taken everything from us. Do you own any land, brother? Do you own land?
Yes, I do. And
Okay.
actually, the fight
Yeah, yeah.
there's an inheritance that
Okay. Okay. Where you from? You from Houston? Okay, okay, I can believe that. I can believe that. Okay. Okay. But here's the thing. You got to go to who to get this all straightened out? You got to go to the white man. You can't arbitrate this between your own family. So that's what I'm trying to say, brother. We have literally been devoured by our enemies. And you brought up our sisters being cruel and being traitorous to us.
Now we need them to work for us by proxy, because they crazy about our
But hold on, let me read this. I'm gonna shed some light on it, right? Because I read the thing about the brothers. Our sisters are under a similar curse, right? This is verse Deuteronomy 28 and 56. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground, for delicateness and tenderness. Her eyes shall be evil toward her husband of her bosom, and towards her son, and towards her daughter. What do our women do if they get pregnant before they finish college? Abort. How about if they want to focus on their career? Abort. What if they just don't like the nigga? Abort. Cruel.
And they encourage you that. Again, when you trying to say, oh, I'm right against my body, I mean,
Yeah. But what did it just say, brother? It said that they gonna hate their husband.
they really hate themselves. The whole thing, I'm glad they finally catching up with figuring this shit out. The whole thing, I want straight hair, like skin, I'm like, that's self-hate.
It is. It is. Yeah. You're right.
So they, you know what I'm saying, arguing about, now I want to like I can't say market, you know, so now I want to look at it like skin, good hair, and all these qualities that about it.
Now, did you know it's starting to come out that all them wigs have chemicals on it that cause cancer? So you would have to be crazy to bleach your skin and put them wigs on. Did you? But hold on, there's something in the Bible that covers that. This is verse 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and with blindness and astonishment of heart. Our people are literally out of their mind because of these curses. Everything you say our people are going through, brother, from here all the way over, all the way over, all the way to here, are curses. I'm gonna read the big one to you. This is Deuteronomy 28. Yeah. Well, the Old Testament is where you learn everything, brother. Yeah, you don't start a book from the middle, do you? Yeah, you got to start at the beginning, man. But I'm going to read the big one to you, right? And this is verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. When the Israelites were in Egypt the first time, what were they there to do? I got you. Yeah. So what did Moses free them from? What? I thought it's around like 1500 BC.
somewhere in there. He said Akhenaten the second or something like that. I forget his name. The Pharaoh that Moses was supposed to have. It might have been. I actually think you're right, but that's beside the point, right? I want to show you because the first time we were in Egypt, we were slaves. Right. And when you read Exodus 20 and 2, it calls Egypt the house of bondage. The Romans came in and took it over. I know what you mean. Mm-hmm.
So we were the slaves, like somebody else had to take over now they're slaves.
You're right. But the Lord promised, he said, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. Because the first time we went by ship. I'm sorry, we walked into Egypt the first time. But the second time we went into slavery, how did we come into slavery here in the Americas? By ships, right? So, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies, for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Right. So who came and got us out of the white man's hands after we were in slavery? Aren't we still here?
Yeah.
Don't we still pay him taxes?
Right.
You still a slave.
So exactly.
So the Bible prophesied all these things thousands of years in advance. So I have a question. If you call yourself a Moor, that means you believe in the Quran, right? You believe in the Quran?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it's wrong. I don't think right.
Okay. Well, can I read some out the Quran for you real quick? Because even the Quran tells you that we are God's children. Right? So let me get this real quick. It's going to be in the book of Surah, ayat number 4. This is Surah. If I get this to pop up. This is Surah 2 and 40. Children of Israel, recall my favor which I bestowed on you, and fulfill my covenant with me, and I shall fulfill my covenant with you, and fear me alone. So literally the Most High God in the actual Quran refers the Israelites to recall their favor. One of the tenets of Islam is to read the Torah. Well, the Torah says that God only chose the Israelites. Because when did he make a covenant with everyone else? He didn't. So what does the Ishmaelite man have to do with the covenant of God? To try to teach you about Allah. That's a good gesture right there. That's a good question because it's like, yo, if God didn't even choose you, then what are you doing trying to tell the children of God who they are and how to get connected with their God when you have no connection to him whatsoever? But brother, I'm out here every Saturday, right? Because if you got more time, I'm doing a lesson if you want to sit and join us. You good. I'll be right here, brother, but my name is Haya L, man. What's your name? Polo? All right, Polo. I'm out here every Saturday from about 5:30 to about 10 p.m. If I see you, Polo, stop and say hi, man. All right, brother, but just remember, man, you from the tribe of Judah. You special. And can you do me a favor before you leave and step on this white devil right here? All praises. All praises, man. He the first brother to step on it since I got this sign. As you can see, we've been river dancing on this shit, man.
Scared to step on it?
Oh yeah, you know black folks scared to step on master. You know how that goes.
Man, I got food
Pretty much. All right, Polo. You a king on the earth, man.
That's
All
right.
praises.
Have a good day, brother.
We gonna read Deuteronomy 7 and 6 as that brother departs, because our people don't hear it enough, man. This is Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6.
Bring it up.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
That's right.
That's why we got to tell blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you the chosen and you the best.
All right.
And everybody else knows it. That's why I tell our people, the joke is on you, black man, Hispanic man, and Native Indian man. The only people who don't know who they are on the earth is you. And everybody else, they know who you are. That's why they come together to make sure you are separated from your God and therefore from your heritage. Right? But let's keep going, y'all. All praises. You done had a few people stop. So, gonna go ahead and we gonna slide over. Oh yeah, we supposed to be doing the curse. We had never even got a chance to do that. All right, we're gonna go to Genesis chapter 3, and we're gonna start at the top. What time is it? About to be 9. Okay. So y'all cool to hang out till 10:30? We'll go get something to eat. Okay. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Couple minutes. All right. Well, just know, brother, if you Native Hispanic, you one of these people on this sign. You an Israelite, all right? You chosen, all right? Keep the laws of God.
They everywhere. They just
I'm not above her. Stay over there.
I'm the same way, bro, when it comes to spiders. Right, so we're going to read about the fall, and we're going to read about the curses, right? Because when you step out of the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis, you need to understand things change, right? Because a lot of times people don't understand the nature of what was brought upon Adam, Eve, and the rest of humanity as a result, right? How you doing, man? You got time for the Bible today?
All the time.
Okay. You know what tribe you come from in the Bible, brother?
One of the last ones, my brother.
Come take a look at this sign, man. Where you see yourself on this sign? Are you Native Hispanic by chance? Mexican? Okay. You on this sign at the very bottom, man. You from the tribe of Issachar. You see it on the bottom? Right? Issachar in the Hebrew means he who was hired. Now I have a question for you. Who are the hardest working people in existence? Mexicans, man, you know that. Y'all pave all the roads, y'all build all the buildings, you cook all the food, you raising everybody else's kids. Y'all the hardest workers, man, and it's literally your name in Hebrew, he who was hired. The Bible prophesies that Issachar would be a strong donkey crouching down between two burdens. What's the unofficial animal for Mexico and its people? The burro, right? Y'all look at the burro and you venerate it as a hard-working animal. I'm sorry? Yeah, the donkey, right? And Mexico is where? It's between America and South America, being pulled in two different directions. Aren't y'all the people who created the Aztec calendar? Yeah. Yeah, the Bible talks about y'all being a people of the signs in times of heaven, right? What y'all have in Mexico today, y'all have something called cenotes. They're openings in rock formations with pools of water at the bottom. And at night, when you look on those pools, you can see the stars like a map. That's how your people were able to map out the stars in the different seasons of the year. And before we knew it, y'all were able to predict the celestial movements of all the stars in the heavens. We used to look to your people to guide us when we were being led about by signs in the heavens. That's why no matter how much the black man works by himself, we can't make ends meet or things work out because we don't have our brothers. Right? But I have a question. Do you believe in the Bible, brother? All praises, man. So I have a question. As an Israelite, what are we supposed to be doing? Okay. Yeah, I can say that. But here's the thing. We've been given a mission statement by the Most High. And I'm going to read that mission to you. Because no matter what you think you're supposed to be doing, there's a paramount thing you're supposed to be doing above everything else.
gone.
Right? This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13.
Bring it out.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. So I have a question. With us being told to keep the commandments, how many commandments are there? There's 613 on the spot, on the button. And it's all in the first 5 books of the Bible. All right? But I have a question. Do you have any questions for me about the Bible? Or any concerns? No? Okay. Okay. Well, I have a question. Did Jesus Christ come for everybody? No? Okay. Okay.
He came for everybody out of God's love, but at the same time, the ones that rejected him.
Okay. Well, how about this? How about we read the words of Christ? Because I don't want to tell you that he only came for a group of people out of my own mouth. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather prove it out of the Bible. So
You know, that's why God loves us so much. Even when he said, our people, they did whatever they did.
yeah, well, I mean, but here's the thing. It was prophesied that Christ would come and die for the nation. So many of us, although we did get him crucified, that was in accordance with prophecy. Right? And I'm going to prove that as well. But this is Matthew 15 and 24. These are the words of Christ. But he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Who are the lost sheep of the house of Israel? The 12 tribes. So Christ out of his own mouth said he was only sent to the 12 tribes. Well, we're scattered. But here's the thing. We know here in North and South America, more or less, we are. Now, we're scattered to all nations under heaven. But guess what's happening all over the earth? Men like me are starting to appear. Well, here's the thing. We can read in the Bible about his likeness. Okay. Have you ever read about the... But see, we have prophecies in the Bible to tell us that, you know, African Americans are Jewish. We have prophecies like Zebulon that tells us, like the Guatemalans, the Costa Ricans, they're the nation of Zebulon. Because they're that haven of ships that the Zidonians had a proxy to. In the land of Israel, the Zidonians never had a port with the nation of Zebulon. They were never a haven of ships. But that happened here in the Americas because the Canaanites or the merchants of Solomon were coming over here getting gold and jewels. And they set up ports in those very same lands. That's how we know who they are today, right? But I'm going to show you, brother, the likeness of Christ is described in the Bible. That's right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Right? This is Revelations 1 and 12. And I turned to see the voice that spake with me. And being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks. And in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about the paps with a golden girdle. His head and his hairs were white like wool. Does that picture right there have white woolly hair?
It does.
No, it doesn't. That you mean to tell me that doggy stringy hair is woolly hair? You're looking at a man with woolly hair right here. Upside the egg. Hey, that's spiritual. All praises.
Tell me.
I'm teaching him. Can you wait? I am teaching him. All right, cool. So his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. And his eyes were as a flame of fire. And his feet like unto fine brass. Your feet are the same color as the rest of your body, right? Yeah. And what color is brass? So what's that? Oh, it's an imposter. Oh, why would the white man do that? Why would he do that? Especially when he held that up. When he put you in slavery and said, you believe in him or I'll burn you at the stake. Or I'll cut your hands off. Or I'll kill your kids. Why would he do that? Because in your mind, if you believe this is God, every white man you look at, you think he's God too. So I have a question, right? Since you're here. What do you think God's going to do about the murder of his children?
Because I'm the white man, right?
Are you?
I am a white man.
So, what do you think God's going to do about it? The murder of his children. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I'm going to read it to you out of the words of Christ. Right? Because Christ didn't come to give you a pass for that. He was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, remember?
That's right.
This is Revelation
13 and 9.
Bring it
If
up.
any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity, then the white man leads into captivity.
The white man fucking enslaved every fucking one of
He
you.
sure did.
God damn, motherfucker.
He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. Don't worry, you gonna pay us back. You gonna be
Yeah,
wooing
fucking
and picking
tenfold,
cotton,
motherfucker.
and you gonna be working hard as hell. It's gonna be a
Praise
good
the
time.
We always got to remember out of everything 12 tribes, there's a bad seed that's going to sell its own.
No, but that's the curse. See, we're under curses. He ain't got no excuse for being wicked. That's just who he is.
You point to the white man.
I
and
do.
say He's wicked.
Who's the biggest pedophile on the planet? I'll wait.
That's a white man.
How about- how about
Goddamn,
bestiality?
it's gotta be the
But
fucking
it is.
white
Who likes fucking
man,
their dog more than anybody
motherfucker.
else other than the white
God damn
man?
it. You heard it. It's right here. It's gotta be the fucking
See, and
white
you notice I'm teaching you,
Woo.
and here comes the devil.
man. He's teaching. The
Because
devil
the
is
devil
here.
just means liar.
Fucking name.
That's
the
all it
devil
means.
has showed up
Yep.
right here,
Yes,
motherfucker.
in the flesh.
God damn.
Red, you just got a drink instead of a pitchfork.
Woo. The devil is here.
Yeah. Who's a bigger liar than your people?
What?
Who's a bigger liar than your people?
Here's where you got the.
Did y'all not lie about Christ?
Your
Can you
people-
back up as well?
your
Can you back up
people.
as well?
Please
Can you
explain
back up as well?
your
Can you back up as well?
people.
You're gonna really wish you
Explain
backed up in
your
a second.
people. I don't
You're gonna really
understand
wish you
what
backed
the
up
fuck
in a
your
second.
people mean.
You're gonna really wish you backed up in a second.
Explain your people.
The people that
And
you
in
descend from.
a non-racist term, what the fuck does not your people mean? Your people.
Now,
what is your
this is to my
people
camera.
mean?
This is what the white man does when he's held to account. Instead of just admitting that you did it.
Woo!
You like cursing and George
This is
You
what
should
the
listen
white
to your
man
wife
does.
and leave. You really should.
That's my sister.
Could be your brother for all I know.
Jesus, what the fuck is wrong?
Bless y'all.
And you know what's wrong with me? The white man walking on
Forgive me.
stolen
The
land.
worst
You
arguments are
such
these ones.
a fucking-
So it's my problem. I'm the one who's got the problem.
Exactly.
Who's on stolen land right now? I'll wait.
You are.
I'm on stolen land?
Yeah.
Who brought me here?
You are.
Who brought me here? Who brought me here?
You.
Who brought me here? Your people did.
My people.
You sure
My
did.
people. Those racist fucking white people.
Out here every
Hey.
Saturday, man.
Bless you.
Every Saturday at 5.
God damn.
Hold up, brother.
You know.
See, and again, Mark 4, I'm going to read Mark 4. Because I think the devil needs to be revealed here.
I'm here every Friday, Saturday.
Hey, brother, and if you're interested, come back next Saturday. Yeah, see, he want to talk to Esau too bad. I'm not, no. Because, see, if Esau can pull you away from the word that easily, you're not interested. See, and what's the way the white man wants to paint it, we're the ones who got the problem. How dare you niggers get mad at me for raping, robbing, murdering, and hanging you for 500 years? How dare you get mad? But see, the reality is, he got to be paid back. That's why he's a vagabond upon the earth. See, the white man ain't got no home. His home is the cave, where he was eating out of the skulls of his ancestors, scratching his ass and picking lice out of his beard. Brother, you know you can walk away from that white man. Why he's so close to you, I don't know.
Don't know his rep name.
For real. See, I tell you, man.
Hey, look, when y'all are done with the study, please, my brother, read all this.
Yeah, oh, don't worry, we read, brother. We gonna keep reading.
Amen. All right. All right. Good luck.
Hey.
See, in slavery, so. You ain't gonna be a slob in the kingdom. We gonna knock all them love handles and fat off. You gonna be working hard as fuck. And if you say anything else, I'm gonna use your wife, sister, brother, cousin as a damn footstool while I beat the skin off your back.
That's right.
This is Mark, chapter 4 and verse 14.
Bring it out.
The sower soweth the word, and these are they by the wayside, where the word is sown. But when they have heard, Satan cometh immediately, and taketh away the word that was sown in their hearts. That's why that white devil came up. Because this word ain't for everybody. See, some of our people, they're on the fence. But see, if they're going to believe, and they're not meant to be brought into the truth at that moment, maybe later he'll come in. Who knows? Right? But the Most High God sent a devil to take him away. And you saw that it worked. All he had to say was, nuh-uh. And that was it. Unfortunately, unfortunately for some of our people, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, they love their slave masters so much that he doesn't have to bring the evidence. He doesn't have to read a scripture. All he has to do is go, nuh-uh. And our people are all on it. That's why when I see coonism, I let him go. Because the last person I want by my side is a man who's sympathetic to their damn slave master. That is the last person I want among my ranks. I understand why Nat Turner said the first thing we got to do to get free is kill them 100 slaves that don't want to get free with us. We got to do away with them niggas. And how did Nat Turner get undermined in the end? A couple of slaves who felt bad for Massa and ran back and told them. So you got to understand, man, this shit ain't for everybody. And I know sometimes it seems like somebody is standing and they're being compliant and they're trying to listen. But if his attention is easily divided to the white man, you have to read that. If his attention was like, okay, look, I'm just trying to listen to them, can you step back for a second? I can work with that. But if you're giving him equal footing with me, hey, man, I'm not about to talk over some white devil. I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have to talk over a white devil after all the rape, robbery, and slavery that they've done to us. You should prefer your people before any of these damn people walking up and down stolen land, fucking everything up. It is what it is. And which one, Mark? Oh, Mark 4 and 1? Oh, I'm sorry, Mark 4 and 14 through 15. Just the sower's pearl, right? And as a matter of fact, we gonna get it because it's easy milk. But it applies to what happens when you come to serve the Lord. Yep, Sirach 2 and 1. This is Sirach 2 and 1.
Bring it out.
My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. So you're going to get tested, man. And that first test is going to be your slave master coming up to you going, hey, do you believe this? You would be surprised how many people can I go, yes, I believe it, in the face of their slave master. And that was a drunk bum Edomite walking around, ain't got authority over shit. And most jakes cannot tell him, yeah, I believe it, and you're going into slavery. They can't say it. Because it's right here. It's what's in their head. They thinking, well, what if Jesus looked like that? Then I'm talking to Massa like that, and he come from Christ. See, whenever I talk like a coon, I always have that inflection on my voice. Because that's how coons sound to me. In my head. Well, you gonna get us in all types of troubles. Like, that's how they sound to me. And you know it because they be on the job. Man, I wouldn't do that if I was you. You know, the manager, they been real hard on that lately. It's like, well, how they gonna find out if you don't tell them? You see how it go? That's why you have to identify coonism, man. That's why, what's the sharpest sword in existence? The word is sharper than any two-edged sword. This, I'm gonna tell you, man, this word gonna make you choose. And this is to my camera, too. To all you niggas talking about, man, how come it gotta be about division? Because it fucking is. I didn't make the rules. Even Christ didn't make the rules. God said to separate. You know that, right? We gonna prove that. We gonna go to Deuteronomy 32.
Bring it out.
See, everybody thinks like, oh man, you just want to be separate and you just hate white people. One, I do want to be separate, and two, I hate white people, but it's not because of that I live my life that way. Because once upon a time, I thought we could all be together, only to find out that we can't. You know what I'm saying? This is Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 7.
Bring it out.
Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. When it says consider the days of old, it don't mean just in antiquity with the prophets. Consider the history here in America. Consider. Like really, like, and this is to the camera more so to the company here. Consider, stop and think. What has happened to us since we saw this? What has happened to us? This is what has happened to us. Being barbecued alive. Being hung. Look at that. That looks like something out of a fucking video game. But that's a real man with real dreams and a real family who got lynched. And it's in color. So you know it's recent. For the camera, I know it's hard to see, but you can see it enough. You see a nigga hanging by his neck. So when the Bible tells you to stop and consider the days of old, in the days of many generations. That's what it's talking about. Stop and consider. Ask thy father, and he will show you. Thy elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High God divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. Oh, I thought we were supposed to be together. So let me get this straight. Not only are we not supposed to be together, but the Most High God separated us himself. And then he set the bounds of the other nations according to the number of our people. That's why you're outnumbered today, because we're scattered. See, the Most High God's doing a numbers game. He knows that as long as we're all together, these nations can't fuck with us. It don't matter if they got fucking super jets that can fly to the moon and back. Jake is the dynamite kid. You can never count him out. So the Most High God did the one thing that we can't get over, and that's he separated us, and then he smote us with cowardice. Because that's one of the curses. We would go before our enemies united, and we would flee 7 ways. So, you talking about Judith 5. Yeah. It was burning a hole in your mind, wasn't it? That happens to me all the time, man. But, so that's one of the things that we have to do. We have to stop and realize the Most High God has set rules in motion on this planet. Did you know he even gave them idols to worship? But do you know where it's found in the Bible? Deuteronomy 4. Right? So we're going to stop with the lesson today because we go into basically Noah. We're going to have to cover the whole Noah account. You know what I'm saying? So you got Adam, you got Eve. Oh, I'm going to do the curses before we stop. That's in Genesis 3. Right? But I'm doing Deuteronomy 4. This is Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 15. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahweh spake unto you in Horeb, out of the midst of the fire, lest ye corrupt yourselves, and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female. So this is basically telling the Israelites, hey, be cautious, right? Remember that day that the Most High God spake unto you and gave you these commandments. Because this is talking about him speaking to Moses. But by proxy, we are extensions of Moses. See what I'm saying? So the Most High God gave us laws. He's given us a warning to not make idols. Right? The likeness of any beast that is on the earth. The likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air. The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground. And the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. So you're not supposed to worship them. They are. Now you see why in the garden there was all them trees of different doctrines. Because that's what was given to them as a placeholder for their God. Because who was God dealing with? Only the Israelites. Now, where would you go in the Bible to prove that? No. I'm just asking in case you know offhand. I'm going to give you a few places. Don't worry. I got you, bro. Yeah, buddy. So we're going to go to the tried and true one, Amos 3. And then we're going to go to Joel 2. And then we're going to go into the New Testament. Because niggas be talking about, man, shit, God love everybody in the New Testament. Hell no. Right? I'm going to show you the New Covenant. And I'm going to show you a few places where even Paul says, my heart's desire is that Israel would be saved.
Romans 10.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, you're talking about Romans 10. Yeah.
You read that earlier.
Now, that might be 11, man.
You read that.
Now, I read 10, the zeal for, Yeah. It's Romans 11. But, so yeah, let's get this thing through. I really need to clean my Bible up, man. damn. I might take an iron to him, something. But either way, this is Amos 3:1.
Bring it out.
Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. So the Most High God literally said, I'm only dealing with y'all. I've only known you. And because I only know you, when you fuck up, I'm going to be all on your ass. No diggity. Right? The Most High God is serious. Now, I brought it out last time, Hebrews 12:6, where it talks about who the Most High God loves. He chastens like a father disciplining a son. And if ye be without chastisement, what are you known as, according to Paul or Luke, depending on who wrote it? A bastard, a fatherless child. So these other nations are bastards. Why does the Bible say a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod? Ashdod is Israel. Because who the people over here? White people. Are Amalekites, but Edomites. And they don't have a God. What does that make them? A bastard. So they're fatherless. That's why it says a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod. See, when you put all these dots together, you start to get a composite sketch of, oh, okay, this is what's going on. So now they can't lie to you. That's why the white man standing there like he's taking issue with what I'm saying, that don't faze me. Because the only reason why he's mad is because there are brothers standing around starting to realize, oh, he the damn devil. Oh, okay. Because you notice when I said, why did they hold up a picture of Cesare Borgia and say, worship this or get burned at the stake? He kind of had to, he was like, it's a good question. Because there's no, like, a good answer to it. The only answer is, I did this so that you would by proxy worship me, like you worship Christ. And you see that it worked. How many blacks and Hispanics and Native Indians are mad enough to rise up against their slave masters? Very few. And why is that? Because when the rubber meets the road, what do they say? Well, it ain't all that bad. We can all get along. That's because they got that in their head. They don't know their God hates those people in particular. Right? But we gonna go to Joel. This is Joel, chapter 2 and verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else.
That's right.
None else. So if our people actually knew that, and they went to a church, and they saw this goddamn devil, they wouldn't give a fucking penny to the church. But the reality is, niggas don't read. And you know that to be true. How many niggas even want to go to college, where you really ain't got to read that much no more? You know what I'm saying? But most niggas don't even want to go to college, because it requires time and effort and being places on time. Any obligation is enough to throw Jake off the truth. Just telling Jake, hey man, I'm here every Saturday at 5:30 on out. They like, well shit, I'll try to make it. Some of the Jakes tell me they're gonna be here and they're downtown every weekend. I see them walk by. That's what I'm saying. But you got Jakes make excuses so they don't get fed with the word. But they don't even realize it's the Most High God saying, no, I don't want you. I don't want you. Slide to the side. I got somebody else that's going to take that place that you were so reticent to take yourself. Hesitant, I'm trying to give you synonyms. Reticent, I don't know if that's very out here. But, so that's one. And then in that very same chapter, you have another, basically a precept for this, right? For God only loving the Israelites. This is Joel, chapter 2 and verse 32. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance. Wait, I thought everybody was going to be saved. So deliverance is only in Mount Zion? Why don't your preacher tell you that? But if he did tell you that, most of the nations would empty out of his church. And I'm actually including our people with him. Because the moment you say God only loves the Israelites, all of a sudden, well, why God picking and choosing? Because he fucking wants to. I know. I said the same thing. Everybody said the same thing. But there's more. There's a little bit more. As the Lord had said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call. So the Most High God has chosen. He just chose. Who are you to reply against God and say, why hast thou made me thus? Romans 9. Yeah. Like, who are you to say to God, hey man, don't choose us, choose all of us. Can you imagine you went to a car lot to buy a car, and you go, man, I really like that Hellcat right there, man. You got that in red? And the salesman go, nah, man, you want this Jeep over here, this black Jeep, and it's from 2008, and it's got 180,000 miles on it, and you gonna pay top dollar for it, and you ain't got no choice. Exactly. You would say, who are you to tell me what I gotta buy? You just the salesman. I thought you were here to serve me. That's what God says to you. And you go, why you choose me? He goes, nigga, I'm God.
Yeah, that's all.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yo, I'm God. Like, what's wrong with you? I can destroy you. But that don't stop us from being stubborn and stiff-necked and stupid and wanting everybody to come into the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna get this in the New Testament real quick, because I said we was gonna get a few. Six? Okay. You get it? Oh, yeah. We all come from Adam. Yeah. You talking about 6 and 54. So that's an apocryphal, example. Now, I go to this, but I usually go to it once somebody is standing here and I know that they accept basically all the Bible. Because a lot of times what they'll do is they'll go, well, that's not in the technical Bible. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's in the original 1611. But most people don't know that. They don't know who Martin Luther is, the Protestant Reformation. They don't know none of that. So it is what it is.
It's not in the Bible. It's in the damn Bible.
Brother, you heard the brother who walked up, and God bless his soul. I know he's probably been lied to, just like all of us, have been lied to. But he was thinking like, oh, that book has been tampered. I'm like, yeah, they gave you a slave Bible where most of the Bible was missing. You know what I'm saying? They left all the shit that basically tells you to obey your slave master, and everything else they took out. But this is 2nd Ezra, chapter 6 and verse 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people also of whom thou hast chosen. Oh, yeah, y'all go by. Y'all go by. There ain't nothing stopping a white man from walking by. You stole the land, you can walk over. This is verse 55. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. So God said these nations ain't shit. They ain't nothing compared to my children. That's why, again, to blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians who think that God is going to open the doors for all the nations to come in, you got another thing coming. Because the white man got to go into slavery for what he's done. And yeah, I'm talking about y'all. I don't know why the white man always do that too. When you bring up their crimes, they look at you like it's someone else. Who raped and murdered 250 million people to take a land? No one else did but them. But they'll look around like, gee golly, I wonder who it is. Shit crazy, man. When I first started preaching, man, some of the time I'd be feeling like, yo, am I off or something? Because it seems like a lot of these damn crackers don't know what I'm talking about. But then when you really start digging, they know what you're talking about. They just don't want to acknowledge it because it hurts them to know that that's what they do. Especially when they've endeavored all this time to pretend to be you. Because where do you think movies like The Last Samurai come from with Tom Cruise? When you know the only other nation that was a samurai was you. Now you're starting to see what they do. They look at Jake's track record, they see where you made a momentous impact, and then they write themselves. So now The Last Samurai is a white man instead of it being Yasuke, an actual black man and a Negro. The ninja who were slaves, who made use of their gardening tools. That's why they have things like compass, the little stick with the sickle at the end. That's a slave's tool. They don't tell you that. But they also don't mention the Silk Road slave trade. So now you don't know who the ninja are. Not to mention, aren't the ninja clad in all black? Why? How about them fake Jews over in Israel? Aren't they clad in all black too? You notice a pattern, right? Every time they're trying to replace Jake, all of a sudden everybody's clad in black. That's how they paid over you, man. But once you see the tricks, man, you don't fall for this shit no more. It gets played out. Right? And we're going to get one from the New Testament. There's plenty in here. Luke 1, 1 and 68. Luke 2, what is it? Is it Matthew 2 and 6?
I didn't know that Luke 1 and 16, my friend just told me that yesterday. That was Zechariah's first words in 9 months.
Yeah, because he was smitten with a dumbness. Yeah. He couldn't speak.
That's the first thing he said for
we're going to read it, right? Because it gives you the mission statement of Yahushua.
Ever since that bike got taken.
Oh, yeah. Nah, that was probably an opportunistic crime.
Yeah.
Because that we didn't even hear him doing anything. That bike. It was like it belonged to him. He just rode off. You see that duck right there? You see it? Right there? You can barely see him. He's next to the pillar. He's gray. With the black on his head.
Oh, it's like, oh.
Yeah. I told you.
Good eyes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you, man, if you come out here to do this work by yourself, you better learn how to see, nigga. For real. Shit, man. But this is Luke 1:68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel. Lord God of Israel. That's possessive. So he's the God of who? The Israelites. For he hath visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up an horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. So that's why we're telling blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, the goal of Christ is to save us out of the hands of the filthy, lice-infested white man.
That's right.
Who has done nothing but rape, rob, and murder the entire earth, but paramountly the Israelites. See, again, it's only in the spirit that these people walk by when I'm bringing this stuff out. Because you get to see how they respond to the accusations that fit them. They ignore it. As if, oh man, that wasn't me. That wasn't shit. That was my forefathers. I ain't got nothing to do with them. But if that's the case, you got time for the Bible, brother? You a king walking the earth, man.
I got my own relationship with God.
How? You got to keep the commandments, brother.
I have to go do something now, so.
Okay, I'll be here. Yeah, man. They ain't in no rush. Because ain't no personal relationships with God, man. If you ain't keeping them commandments, your ass gonna burn just like everybody else. Interpretation. I brought that out earlier. What is it? Oh, that was 1 Peter, yeah? Yeah, 1 Peter 1 and 20 and 21. Yeah. Ain't no private interpretation, man. You see, and a lot of times when you bring out scriptures during your lesson, the Most High God gonna give you working examples of what you're talking about. Right? If I say you remember the account? Damn, you see that duck flew up into the tree? Yeah, man. But you remember the account of the boy who was throwing himself in water and fire trying to kill himself? He had that demon on him that the apostles couldn't get off him. And Yahushua had to rebuke the demon. And then he said, this kind goeth not out but a prayer and fasting. Say you bring that precept back. Guess what's going to come your way? An act. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And a lot of times, you'll give them the keys to get that addiction off of them. They ain't trying to hear that.
Yeah.
And I say that there was a brother, and I pray that brother come back this way. His name is Ernest. He was trying to kick meth. And for a while, I kept seeing him walking by with his family, but every time he walked by with his family, he said he didn't have time to hear the scripture. What happened to him eventually? He went back. Because the guiding righteous force that was enabling him to get away from that meth, he wasn't getting fed by it. And the Most High gave him enough in the tank to last a couple of months. But after a while, though, I'm sure that meth demon's strong, man. We'd be like, hey, man, you ready to come back in? No? All right, I'll be back. That's how all the temptation is. I'm going to tell you, man, when you first start really getting into this truth, I told you about that big booty Puerto Rican I had to turn down.
Yeah.
Boy, I ain't going to lie to you, man. That's one of the hardest times I ever had to resist a woman. Boy, man, there was this bad Issacharite sister. She was trying to come over to my place and give me the pussy. Yeah, just, here you go, sir.
Here you go.
And I had to go, no thank you.
Oh,
It's hard, man. No dick.
I don't know if I'm that strong, man.
But here's the thing, though. If you ain't that strong, guess how you gonna fall? And that don't mean it's over. That don't mean it's over. This is to my camera. It don't mean it's over if you fuck up, man. A righteous man falleth 7 times. Yeah, but you gotta get up, man. Get up. That's why I keep telling people, man.
Get up,
But you have to tell our people, man. Jake, forget, man. You're indomitable if if you put your mind to something. You ever have a nigga who like, you say, hey man, we ain't got enough money to go to the club.
Yeah.
What that nigga trying to do the whole time? You sure we can't go, man? He calling other people. Yeah, man, they say they don't go, bro. Yeah, I'm down to slide through though. He trying to make other arrangements. He about to abandon his friends. All to do some shit where he can't do it because he ain't got the bread. So when Jake is determined to do the wrong thing, you see a resilience in Jake that you seldom see. But when it comes to doing the right thing, Jake lay out, I'm done, I ain't got no energy, God done forsook me and shit.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep, but to do good, they have no knowledge.
Because I've done a lot of things that I've worked hard for. I didn't mean to do it, but it's like something that working like good for you, you're not gonna want to do.
I'm gonna put it to you like this: have you ever driven across town at 3 in the morning? Yes. I know you have, cause I have. You know what I'm saying? And you drive to a woman's house, you only know her first name, and that's if you know her real name.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't know who else is there. You don't know if she got kids. But guess what? You don't give a damn about all that. She said the cat is hot and it's wet, and you come. That's all you know. That's how I know our people could do far more for God, because you've done far more for some bullshit.
What's the scripture that talk about us doing worse than the heathen?
Yeah.
Like we sin more than them.
Yeah. Like, but and it's worse for us because we know better. That's why I told the white man while I was here, it's like, yo, you ain't got no excuse for being wicked. That's just who you are. But we're wicked because we believe you. And we got the only God that's real. And for the Jakes who don't think God is real, man, look around you, bro. Look at the house you live in. As hard as you work. And then look at the house that your damn white coworker live in. Because most of the time when you work at a job, your white compatriots live in a better setting than you do. You drive back to an apartment that's like 700 square feet. They somehow afford to live in a 2,400 square foot house. And y'all at the same damn job, making the same pay. But that's how it is, though. But why is that? Because they're not under curses like you, bro. Yeah, this is their heaven.
Eric just texted me and actually sent the precept. It says, this is white people heaven.
Yeah.
Lamentation 4 and so forth.
Yeah. Cup shall pass from unto thee. Yep, it's coming, man. It's coming.
What was that?
1 Peter 2, 20. It's I'm sorry, 1 Peter 20 and then 21. Yeah. But let me finish this precept real quick. Right? This is Luke 1 and 69.
Bring it out.
And hath raised up an horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers, and to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he swore to our father Abraham. So, Christ didn't come to do anything that's outside of the promises that the Most High God made to Noah, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. All we're seeing in the New Testament is a part of those promises played out. That's it, right? That's why when you look at Hebrews 8 and 8, it mirrors what it says in Jeremiah 31 and 31 about the new covenant, right? And I'm going to read that to you, and then we're going to get those curses, and then we actually might hang it up. Because I don't want everybody driving back home like at 12.
I had a conversation with my uncle, and they're big in the church. He's trying to tell me that we're in the new covenant. I said, man, okay, what's the new covenant for? And I'm reading it, and he's like, he acting like you don't hear what I'm saying. Like, he's acting like it don't say what it says. You can't get around it.
But you got to remember, though, their so-called freedom is contingent upon your interpretation being incorrect. That's why he might not be able to refute it, but in his mind, I'm not going to admit that that's what it is. He can't accept it. And to the Edomites who can't accept it, some of them are going to be house slaves. There were house slaves during slavery. You know, I told my wife, I'm going to have an Edomite who sits in front of the window and all he does is eat sandwiches all day and antagonize the other slaves.
You'll have that Samuel Jackson from Django.
Yeah, like a Django slave. But he's going to antagonize all the other slaves. So when I leave him alone, the slaves going to give him the business. They're going to be beating the shit out of him. It is what it is, man. I'm going to have a slave that I use to warm up my bed, Because I like my bed toasted when I get in it. You know what I'm saying? So that means you're going to have to be freshly bathed. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. That's a righteous servant to have. You don't reward a wicked servant with that. You give a righteous servant with that. And you're going to be living the lifespan of a day with the Most High, 1,000 years. And you ain't going to die. You're going to be translated. So that means you're going to have memory of who you were. See, that's what really death is. It's not just the death of the vessel. It's the forgetting of all the things that you've lived through. Because there's no remembrance of the things that have passed, as it says in Ecclesiastes, right? So with us being able to remember, say you have, say, this is way after the kingdom, or the millennial reign of Christ, right? Say you got an Ammonite in your house, and his father's father has rightfully served you, faithful, for 3,000 years. He served your house. You can break him off a reward. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It ain't gonna always be about beating, wicked servants. You gonna have righteous servants too. Because some of your servants gonna see what it is. They're gonna be like, well, shit, I can't do nothing with that. What you want me to do? Pick cotton? Okay, cool. Break rocks, big rocks and little rocks? Okay, cool. They're gonna be righteous servants. And according to their tenure, you can reward them. Ain't nothing wrong with rewarding a righteous servant. But it's a righteous thing with God to make the sides of a wicked servant to bleed. That's what you're supposed to do. That's why Yahweh Shai said you're going to rule over them with a rod of iron. That don't mean you just going to be beating niggas all day. But the niggas who step out of line, they going to get to work.
There's a law against that.
Yeah, ain't no law against that. As a matter of fact, the Bible says you're supposed to correct your servants like that. Because when they feel the wrath of the rod, they're going to be like, yo, I don't want that no more.
As long as they don't die, you good.
Yeah, well, and as long as they don't die within a certain period.
Nah.
Yeah, because if they die, forget how many days it is. How many days is
They
it?
can tell you a day or two.
Yeah, I think it's 2 days. But if they don't die within 2 days, say you beat a nigga so bad to the point where he like barely on life support and shit.
Wow.
As long as he can hang out for over 2 days, you good, man. I'm just telling you what it is in the Bible.
Hey, it says what it says.
It say what it say, man.
So it's like if you last that much longer, if you don't last that long, he probably just weak-minded or some shit.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing. How come you can't hook him up to life support?
Yeah.
They do that shit to you. During slavery, they used to break our teeth out of our mouths and force feed us, keep us alive, because there were slaves who were not going to eat and starve themselves. That's why they put the nets on the sides of ships to keep the slaves from jumping off the side.
That's so
Shit, when they had no food, they would usually choose a slave they didn't like, and they would butcher that slave and serve him to other slaves. Sometimes they did that even when they had food, because they just wanted to do something wicked to our people. You gotta understand, man, we're gonna have a large berth of leeway. You know what I'm saying? Not to do wickedness, but to do righteousness.
Ain't gonna be raping nobody.
Ain't no rape. And here's the thing. Look, I'm gonna say this to the camera because a lot of brothers keep talking about in the kingdom, I'm gonna have me a Japanese and a Chinese. You ain't gonna want one of them filthy dogs to lay a hand on that perfect body that the Most High God will do. I hate the fact that I even slept with white women when I was younger. I hate it because I gave them the most intimate part of me that I could possibly give another woman. Even in my worst time as a whoremonger, they didn't deserve me. They damn sure don't deserve me in a glorified body in the kingdom of heaven. Fuck them. I'm gonna have to specially breed a line of Edomites or Ammonites to have that one daughter who has to go through the purification process of taking oil baths for like 5 years before she gets one night with me. And then I give her ass the boot. It is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, you talking about Isaiah. But that's some of our women.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's some of our women. Because
we're gonna have some.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They gonna have a female glorified vessel. Can you imagine how bad a sister gonna look? With her own hair? Woo-wee. Bruh. Oh, man. That's why the Bible says, eye hath not seen nor ear heard what the Most High God has in store for those who love him. The curses? Okay,
So
in
like-
Genesis. So we're gonna start. Oh, go ahead.
It's like is it like our rage or you're gonna
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over these curses, and then I'm gonna go to the curses in Deuteronomy.
okay.
Because I think you need to have the complete composite sketch
Okay.
of what it means to be in this oppressed state.
Wow.
Right? This This is Genesis chapter 3 and
You know what? We're going to start a little bit above that.
verse 14. And Yahweh said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this,
Meaning beguiled Eve and had her partake of the doctrine, and she then gave to Adam, right? Because the serpent led her astray, and by proxy caused everything to go wrong. God's punishing the serpent first, right?
and the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. And it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
Now, if you think of it just as a snake, it doesn't make any sense, right? But if you think of it as a nation of people, doesn't it make more sense that it's the so-called white man? Because how does the white man get at the black man? Through the woman. Through the woman, and through his seed that comes from being taught by that woman who's been compromised by the actions of the serpent. We're seeing it play out in real time. But see, most people, when they read this, they don't understand that the serpent is a serpentile people, or a person, or a nation. Right?
Verse 16, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
That's why a woman have a period every month. And have you ever lived with a woman before? Yeah? Ain't that shit terrible when she on her cycle? Everything is a problem. You can't cook nothing. Oh, that's making me nauseous. You can't say nothing. Shit, you getting on my nerves because she in her hormones and in her feelings. Quickly, right? But, and she bucks up at you because she knows that you're supposed to rule over. And she knows in her heart of hearts that it's the best thing for her. But for whatever reason, that curse, she started acting crazy. She can't do it. See, in the kingdom, that ain't gonna be there no more. The Yahweh Shai, through him redeeming us, that curse is gonna be removed, and we're gonna be in order with each other, right?
And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake, and sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field.
Now, I have a question for you. Why is that a curse? He just told Adam, all you gotta do is go farm and work the land. Why is that a curse? So you should be thinking, how did he work the land before? So we're gonna go back a little bit in Genesis 2, and I'm gonna show you that Adam was made the Lord of all the creatures. Remember when I read in 2nd Ezra 6 and 54? It said, Adam was Lord of all thy creatures. Of him come we all. If he's the Lord of all the creatures, Lord means master. If I'm the master of that plant, what can I tell that plant to do? Anything I want. So that breath of life that Adam was given was not just wisdom, it was also authority. That's why, what did God immediately do after he gave Adam the breath of life? He had him name all the animals. Because he was the Lord of all the creatures. So if Adam didn't have to actually work the land to get food to grow, that would be a pretty big ass curse to now have to work the field every day of your life. Because you got a spike right there. No, turn around. It's on your back.
Ah, shit.
I got you. That's why I stand up, yo. Yeah, that's why I stand up. You lucky I got some good sight, man, because he was crawling around, man. Damn. Right? So we see that Adam was cursed to work the land, right?
Thorns and thistles, or thorns also and thistles, shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken. For dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return.
So God gave him a curse, reminding him, I brought you from the lowest of the low. I brought you from among men, the beasts of the field. Because you got to remember, on the 5th day, cattle and all the creeping things of the earth. And men and women were counted amongst the beasts of the earth. Because What does it mean to have the wisdom that sets you apart from the beasts of the earth? That means that you have the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. You have the wisdom of God. So with Adam and Eve being the only people who had that, they were elevated above everybody else. Right? So, yeah, there you go. And then the very next chapter, is actually I have to talk about Cain before I can talk about this. Right?
He was kind of telling me about I had a question about it. His bloodline is kind of like he's like
Yeah, he's the spiritual progenitor of this. Yeah. Because you got to remember, most of these people that you read about here, they died because of the flood.
Yeah.
So all them souls had to go somewhere, and that one soul, Esau, had to come back, and that soul would have curses on it. And one of those curses we uncover is the mark of Cain. Right?
This is Genesis 4:1. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain.
So he's the older. Who is the older out of Jacob and Esau? Esau was the oldest.
And said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a tiller of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel, and to his offering.
So Cain and Abel brought their respective offerings. As you know, Cain was a farmer, right? He tilled the fields, got fruit, vegetables, all that. Abel was a sheep herder, and he brought the best of his flock to the Most High to give his sacrifice, right? And ain't that what it says in the book of Leviticus? One of the sacrifices is to take a firstling of, a cattle of the first year, a firstling, and basically one without blemish or spot, and make a sacrifice of that. So, how would Abel know to do that? Breath of life. When you find out about the priesthood of Melchizedek, we're going to go into that with Abraham. You're going to see that there was an entire priesthood where Abraham even gave tithes. Why would he give a tenth of everything that he had? Because of the law. See?
But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect, and Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell.
What happens when the white man gets second place to a J? He get mad as fuck. Now that nigga cheated. But what does it say Cain did? Cain was angry. Man, how come God didn't accept my sacrifice? That's bullshit. Well, let's see what God said to Cain.
And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen?
So he said, what you mad for, nigga? Why you mad?
If thou do well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door.
Hey, sin? What is sin? Transgression of God's laws. Well, what law? There ain't no law here. So how would sin lie at the door if there was no law? It's because it was a law. Again, I keep saying it like this for a reason. Because people think that this was a lawless period where God was just working with people face to face. No, there were laws already established. Just because we don't know them or they're not expressed explicitly at this portion of the Bible doesn't mean they weren't there. Right?
And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou do well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
So, he would rule over transgressions and sin. So, you see that this person, Cain, obviously, he killed his brother because sin lied at the door. It was a greater sin that he had already committed, right? And then, basically, it said that he would rule over sin. Well, the biggest purveyors of sin throughout the earth are so-called Edomites, are Edomites, right? So-called white people, right? No time yet, y'all? Boy, I tell you, man. Remember that when you pray to God, though. Remember that. And that white woman going into slavery. So I don't know what she raised her hands for. You might want to be bending down, getting ready to pick some cotton. I don't give a damn how many black dicks you ride. You still going into slavery.
That's right.
Shit.
Verse 8. And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him.
So, that's what the white man do. If you show the white man up, make him look like a fool, and he can't get you back in contest, he'll come get you back in real life. He'll try to kill you. I've had Edomites threaten to kill me just simply for reading the Bible and showing them they don't know what the fuck they talking about. All of a sudden, you better not be here next Saturday. But why does it have to go there? But don't the Bible say that basically the sinful, Yahushua said, he was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth. Well, who was that murderer from the beginning? Talking about Cain. Now, of course he was saying that to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, but he's talking about a spiritual association, right? He's saying y'all are like the children of Cain. Y'all are like murderers. Y'all want to murder the righteous. So, sometimes knowing the foundation will allow you to keep up more with what's being said. You know what I'm saying? But,
And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel and his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
so not only did he say, I don't know, he got smart with the Most High and said, man, I ain't nothing to keep it. Why you asking me? Y'all hear about that story about that Jake who was hanging out with a bunch of white folks and his white girlfriend pushed him off the boat and he drowned in front of him. He was close to being brain dead for a couple of days. But guess what that brother did as soon as he came out of his coma? He started defending the white man. They didn't intend to kill him. They didn't intend to harm him. And this is over 10 people standing on the edge of a boat watching him drown. Somebody from outside their group had to come save him. And the first order of business for a coon coming out of a coma is to defend his master. Now you see why the last person I want standing beside me is a coon. Right?
But, and he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. Now art thou cursed from the earth.
Oh, he's cursed from the earth. Let's read the specifics on this curse.
Which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength.
Yeah, it does say it. So when it says, when he tills the ground, it shall not yield its strength unto him. Who's the nation who has to use fertilizers and chemicals, and tractors, and slave master? Yep. Slave labor, everything. Esau. That's why. Now you see why he has to be a vagabond upon the earth. Because if he dwells by himself, this curse comes into full effect, and he'll starve to death. Why do you think the Most High God left his inheritance as, what is it? Damn, it's in Malachi 4. I'm trying to paraphrase, so I have to read it out to you. Right? We almost done, y'all. I'm trying to.
Waste
I got y'all. We about to bounce. I just want to make sure we cover enough. You know what I'm saying? Genesis is the most, yeah, it's the most metaphorical. Huh?
It's like Revelation.
Yeah. Well, I'd argue that Genesis is even more so because it's encompassing thousands of years in like a handful of scripture. Like you've got to think through Genesis 1 and 2, you've got 7,000 years being compressed into 2 chapters. So you have to understand that 7,000 years have gone by, that there are actions that are taking place, societies and civilizations being built up after the 5th day. That's why Cain and Abel, or Cain and Seth, were able to go get wives of other nations. But see, if you don't understand what happened in Genesis 1, like I told you earlier, you have a misunderstanding of everything else going forward. Right? Hey, man. And don't it feel good when you actually know what you're talking about?
It was
Oh, yeah.
I was like, Adam's not the first. They weren't the first people. If they were, then how did Cain and Abel go? Cain and Seth take wives?
And people be stuck. They be like,
Gotta study that.
y'all looking at that, I'm looking at that. Like, yeah, you ain't gonna read it.
But this is Malachi 1 and 4. Whereas Edom said, We are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Actually, I need to go back. Actually, yeah, there we go. This is Malachi 1 and 2. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. That's how the Most High God did it. That curse of Cain. So now, no matter where he's at, it's basically just a mud pit. Yeah, actually, as a matter of fact, you went exactly where I was thinking. They call, what do they call Britain, especially, like the UK? They call it a pit. Yeah, they call it a pit, and they say nothing will grow there. Well, how did our people live there for 1,000 years with no problem? You're talking about the curse of Cain coming into effect. Because when they take over the land, the curse comes into full effect. Why do you think they didn't replicate that mistake when they came over here? They tried to keep the natives working the land. Why do you think that we're having famine conditions right now? Because Jake don't own none of the land. We can't work any of the land. And when they get anything out of the land, like, have you held a bell pepper lately? It barely fits in the palm of your hand. They're so little. How about a banana? They go bad in like 2 days. These are weak fruits and veggies coming out of the earth. Somebody jamming, man. But going back to Cain, right? This is Genesis chapter 4 and verse 10. And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. And when thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. Now you see why. Because they have to. Otherwise they'll starve to death. And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out of the day, or this day from the face of the earth. And from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. Now I have a question for you. If you kill a white man, what's going to happen to you here? Oh, it's over with. Yeah, ain't that? A vagabond means like a homeless person just wandering to and fro.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Somebody who has no wealth, no owning, or basically very little by way of possessions, and then they just wander around. But so you see that the Most High God set a mark on it. Well, everybody at this time was made in the image of the angels, right? Didn't it say God made man in their image? And we saw in Ezekiel 1 that you have the face of a man, you have skin of burnished brass, you have hands facing the direction of each face, according to the depiction of that angel, right?
Yeah.
So, as far as
But didn't it say it had hooves?
it had hooves.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, every angel is the same.
Yeah, every angel isn't the same. Not to mention, of course, we were made a little lower than the angels.
Okay.
So we were made different.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think, these feet, granted, we're accustomed to them, but they're pretty weak.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got shoes on, man, you got a big problem.
Exactly.
It's over. How about you twist an ankle?
Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
Now, have you ever startled some deer? When you see the motherfuckers take off,
Yeah.
they hopping over fences 10 feet high, and it's nothing to them. But you can't do that. Try jumping off of this thing here and just landing flat on your feet. Your feet gonna be hurting, ankles gonna be hurting, knees, all that shit. But the animals ain't got that problem. You see what I'm saying?
Is that why we eat stuff with the divided hoof?
Huh?
Does it have anything to do with us eating stuff with the divided hoof?
Not necessarily dietary. That's just the limitations of our bodies. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing: there are instances where the Most High God, He rescinds those limitations. Look at King David. He leapt over a 40-foot wall with no problems, and that was with armor on. So you got to understand, David was the original cavalry unit, where you were lightly armored with a blade. That's why, what did Saul try to give David before he fought Goliath? He tried to give him armor, and David put it on, and because he wasn't used to wearing it, He was like, yo, I can't fight in this. He used the term, it's not muster, meaning it hasn't been battle tested. I'm not accustomed to carrying this weight and moving in here. That's why he took it off. He went with a new game plan, slinging the stones. Basically, he shot that nigga.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right?
It's a big fight.
Yeah, man, shit.
I'm telling you, bro. That's a lot for you.
But here's the thing, though. David could have killed him any other way.
Yeah.
Because David killed tens of thousands of people by himself. One nigga wasn't gonna do nothing. Yeah? It's just David didn't have he didn't have armor, and he didn't have a sword that he was used to wielding. Those things matter when you're talking about, close quarters martial combat, where people have been studying for years. Different parries, different approaches, different battle stances, defenses, offenses. Those things matter. So David was like, yo, I'm gonna get around all that shit. I don't need that. I'm gonna hit you in the head with this fucking rock, and I'm gonna cut your head off with your own sword. And there's actually an account later on that David was using Goliath's sword. So that tells you it wasn't too heavy. It's just he wasn't used to it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? There's more than one way to skin a cat. You know that proverb. You've heard it before. Right? And the Lord saith unto him, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. Now I have a question. In a world where everybody looks the same color, what is the best mark you could set up on somebody? Where if I saw that person, I go, damn, there's something wrong with that guy. They're full of white. Yeah, it's the mark. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention, they look as one dead. Remember when Miriam was stricken with leprosy and Aaron said, he cried out to the Lord, saying, Lord, leave her not as one dead. Because when we die, our melanin literally is alive and we turn pale. Like we literally turn pale too, because our parts of our melanin, the melanocytes, they die. So over time, the body loses its melanin content as it breaks down, and you look pale, right? But yeah, that's the account of Cain, right? And then of course, it talks about Cain having his wife, and it talks about Seth being born at the end of the chapter, right? But that's where we're gonna hang it up today, because next we're gonna go into Noah, I think. Yep. And it's called the bottleneck. Because all the people that are upon the earth, most of them died except for 8 people. That's Noah, his sons, and their wives. Right? So I call that the bottleneck. But you got to understand, through regeneration, all the spirits got to come back through the sons and daughters of those 3 sons. You know what I'm saying? But, y'all, it was an edifying time to be out here and teach. I would like to thank my brother Andre, Cannon, and Jeff, all for coming out, sticking with me, because I know it's been some interruptions going on, diatribes and shit, right? But, call halal Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. This is Haya El signing off. Kwam Yasharallah. And destruction to Babylon. I can't say what I want to say. Yeah, buddy.